evening, everybody, and welcome into the AEL University Elite Series. No, I'm not. And so, apologies. Welcome in to the AEL University Elite Series, and welcome in to another week of absolute madness. But, Racquetz, before we get in to the madness, I want to say a big shout out to our sponsors. So first and foremost, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. Next up, it's none other than Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. And Racquetz, from me to you, welcome in.
Yes, thank you, mate. Good to see you once again on this lovely evening. Good to get back into some games. We had some great matches last week, and I'm hoping this week follows suit as well. Keen to get into the swing of things. Maybe even see some Spider-Man and Venom. A couple characters that like swinging around. That's. I was going to say, actually, did you end up seeing that massive Reddit thread that got like massively popular about the dive comps recently? That was like something that went viral. We'll speak about that later during a different kind of segment. But
yeah, I didn't see it, but I'm keen to hear about it later, Rack.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, hope you're having a good night.
Oh man, I'm having a great night. But speaking of the night, let's take a look at our standings tonight and see how it all has gone down. Who's winning the fight? It's BkWhatOCE by 1. And in second place, UTS, close behind. Third place is UNSW. Fourth place, close once again, Macquarie. RMIT going to be tied up in fifth there with UOM, and tied up for seventh is QUT and Swinburne. Big test for both of those universities today is, will they be able to get their first win on the board and start to make the climb? Because it's been a tough season ahead, but there's certainly still room for them to prove themselves here. Speaking of proving themselves, let's take a look at what's on the horizon tonight, Racquetz.
Yeah, these are the matches coming through. So the one that is coming up next is going to be QUT versus IMIT. So that will be the next one coming up on board there at 7 p.m. 8 p.m. you have UTS versus MQU, and 9 p.m. MON versus UNSW. 10 p.m. you have SWIN versus UOM. So right through the end of the night there, 4 games to get covered there, and keen to get into the matches soon. Obviously, a few of these teams we have covered already, so it'll be good to see some of the storylines coming into these matches too.
Absolutely agree with you there, Racquetz, and very excited to see how the teams are able to perform, whether someone is going to be able to take down the monolith that is Monash. I think that, there's definitely hard competition. There's a reason that, there's been eyes on the prize, so to speak, and very eager to see what that prize will entail once we set sail into the games here. But nonetheless, first game, QUT taking on RMIT. Ooh, that's going to be a good one. QUT's time to prove themselves, see if they can manage to get a win on the board here, and RMIT, their chance to climb up towards the middle of the pack here. And rosters, glad you asked. It's Jay, Chisel 2, Aurelian, no toast for you. That's a shame. And Possum, Scammers on for QUT. But RMIT, Air Ninja, Smiles, Osaragi, Kari, Ethan Winters 44, and Al.
Yeah, those are the rosters incoming through the next match coming up soon. And yeah, I mean, we already did see a few of these, a couple of the matches obviously come through. And we had a close one, I suppose. Actually, no, was it the first match or the second match, I think, where there was the 2-0 up against RMIT, up against Mon. I think that was, last night, the previous weekend. Or not weekend, weekday on the Tuesday. Anyways, I'm getting my days mixed up, Matty. This is what happens when you go towards the holiday period. But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, other way,
almost there.
it's a good way to redeem yourself coming into these games as well, especially heading towards the bottom end of the leaderboard. You really want to be a little bit more safer towards the middle. At least you have the potential to fluctuate, and if you do end up getting a good streak, you're within striking distance of that top later bit too. So you'd rather be safe than sorry. If you're hovering around the bottom for a lot of the time, then starts to maybe even get a little bit more stressful for yourself, can perhaps affecting your performance too. So that's always something to keep in mind for these matches, and consistency is key. I mean, after a couple of failures here, do you kind of switch things up? Do you kind of say, all right, let's try and continue the same play style that we've been going for to try and perfect it, try to master it, trying to sharpen up your skills as well?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of considerations that I guess the teams need to take into place here, isn't it? But taking things into place, placing ourselves into our first match, Royal Palace. It's time to get into domination here. Group is banned. And
Very good question. That's a quick scan for the group, and a reminder that I'm not available for the top. Just the new picking band system as well. Time here, so we'll be utilizing that to its fullest and see how that potentially does end up impacting these games too, as obviously it does create more options and versatility.
yeah, I'm really curious to see, I suppose, what's going to be culled here. Rocket. Oh my gosh. We'd love to see that coming out. First time we get to see 2 locks and 3 bans there. So it's great to see the results of that already so far. Strange locked in by the QUT site. Psylocke obviously locked in as well for RMIT, but there's still more to follow, and Wolverine has faced the chopping block.
Yeah, sure. Wolverine is a hot topic for the time being. Obviously, did get some changes recently. I think, Rocket Raccoon is going to be a character that is going to be seen a lot more often in the pick and ban phase 2. Scarlet Witch, that is something that has been changed up. We did see a Scarlet Witch last Tuesday in the match. Team up ability has kind of reworked her play style a little bit, and it does have some good synergies coming in too. So I like to see that.
Yeah, it was great to I guess get a glimpse of the Scarlet Witch last week, wasn't it? And we had that interview where we really managed to highlight that they were focused up on the future ahead. They were thinking Scarlet Witch is going to be good in a new patch. So now we might see that become a bit more prevalent. But speaking of picks, speaking of things ahead, we can see the picks already starting to flow through there. On the side of RMIT, Magneto, Spider-Man, Hela, The Thing, Invisible Woman, and Psylocke so far. Subject to change. QUT, there we go, Loki. Maybe not. But QUT, they're locked in. Strange, Hela, Invisible Woman, Cloak, Dagger, they've got it all. It's all coming through there.
Yeah. Seeing if they can go on to these picks here and really utilize the Hela incoming. I mean, this is something that we saw last week as well, a lot of these matches.
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot of fun ahead. And in for more as well. But here we go. Captain America out in force right now. The time is here. The time is now. Jalen brings out the Scarlet Witch, and here we go. Team up activated for RMIT. Let's see how they manage to play into that one. So we look to press on towards the point now. It's time for the rack attack.
See how this attack goes. Can certainly set the pace for the game so far, trying to harass through, get into the back line. The Thing obviously going to be an instrumental part at occupying this space for the time being. Is facilitated by a Magneto shield as well, which means that it's a lot more safe trying to get that damage through, using the charge to retreat defensively, but in the backlines you have the Psylocke getting the pick.
That really do, and it's great that they're playing into, I suppose, that backliner flanker role there. Really able to just play on their capabilities. Great to single out players in the front as well, and Ninja trying to get more, but Scamazon going to be the one to find Psylocke. No more flanking, at least for the moment there. RMIT still going to be on top of things though. Trying to hold back. Let's see where managed to find it. Good trade there though. Hella goes down. Manages to bring a Loki back for RMIT, so that's great, playing off the team up there. Trying to find a bit more out of it as well, but slowly but surely, they press up to 50%, but it's time for QUT to mount a comeback.
Yeah, for sure. See if that can happen. Trying to eliminate the tanks here. A little bit of damage to be done, but there we go. Slowly getting it through. Moving forward now and snowballing this attack there too. And I think that's really the key thing that the comp does want to achieve here as well, especially on this kind of map. And the ultimates are left in the bank too, which is the important part. Didn't need to have that much of an investment, but don't forget Doctor Strange Portal is something that can be utilized. Looking for a flank, perhaps. BkWhatOCE is available too, looking for it.
Oh, massive! Absolutely crazy. Jalen gets it done. And we could have more fun on the way as well. QUT needed exactly that, and they managed to find it at the perfect moment. We'll see if they can manage to play off that a little more, if they want to build up more percentage, because RMIT so close to the edge here. It's still a dangerous time ahead. We do have the butterfly ready. Psylocke ready, unleashes the power, but it's just not enough damage. At least they can launch an attack on the front line though, and with Scamazon down, that's already whittling down the forces a bit. Osaragi playing into the ultimate as well. Strange could to block that off. It's good that they're just playing off their heroes right now. Just really going for blow for blow, Racket.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to retreat back, get the damage resist off as well for peeling here. Flexibility of the thing here. And now they're going to be immediately pushing forward for the counter attack. Hella getting a bunch of damage too. Really need to be careful of that one. Now moving forward, making sure that UT don't get a clean contest and wanting to block them off, trying to get the mobility to try at least have a contest on the point, but not fast enough. Being proactive and blocking out the entrances there. I like to see that aggression, being very proactive in their gameplay as well. And you know, they were very proactive in general. Of course, they'd have control of that point for most of it themselves and didn't really let go for it for a long period of time. And let's see if they can strike with that same aggression, strike while the iron is hot, as they say. But in saying that, you know, these resources for the next fight, something to consider. Being proactive. I mean, we saw that the Scarlet Witch ult was a very good conduit for the previous way that QUT managed to get onto the point, so maybe look out for that, try and charge it up quick for this first upcoming fight as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be imperative, you know, that they charge it up quick and really manage to play off it. Yeah, but we'll see how it all plays out as we unleash the flow out the gates here. The thing is charging it up. Rushing straight in to the pillar there, so, you know, test their abilities before they find the enemy. Why not? It's good they're breaking the scaffolding though. I like to play off the terrain a little bit early on, but it's time to get into the team fight phase already. Lots of damage done to the front line on towards Strange there. The healers though putting in the work to keep them up here, but Scamazon has found the opening on Osaragi there. That's a good to trade the Hella out. See if they can find anyone else around the bench here. You can see Loki being focused down. That's a big impact healer as well now. Psylocke, you know, locking in some damage too, but no one else are really going to be falling at this point. Cheezel though, at least finds a lucky one around the back, but RMIT, they do get the initial percentage here.
Definitely do, and that is what happened previously as well. Let's see if perhaps there can be some ultimate to try and clear things out. Chaos is engaged, trying to maneuver around and get the damage through, but there are too many shields in the way for Scarlet Witch to get the wipe there.
Yeah, great to see the capabilities really being unleashed, but the ones that unleash it is RMIT here. They lock down those kills one after the other and clean up the floor. They will be able to claw the percent up a little bit further, closely towards that halfway point here. See if they are going to be able to keep it on a lockdown like this, or whether UUT can mount a comeback. They've got the Strange Ult, they've got Cloak and Dagger as well, so there's definitely attack capabilities here. With Magneto's around the corner, you can definitely see some potential, some possibilities if they play their cards right. But still got to be a journey to get towards there, and we'll see if the Eye of Agamotto locks it in. There it is. The damage is coming in, Racquetz. This is what they needed, but Osaragi just trades it straight back.
Yeah, wow, just a way to counterattack in that engage as well. Such a very good ultimate. It's obviously embraced because of its offensive capabilities, but up against that particular situation too, it can just be a thorn in the side to try and assassinate the Hela. She does very good at countering, as the enemy was trying to collapse through, ran into those the Hela AoE shots there. So great job, and obviously we're running towards the 90% here, very close to securing the win. Not going to look at many opportunities to get back to this point right now.
Yeah, opportunities are limited, but not completely out of the way as yet. We'll see what else they can fight on for, though. It's OT time. The thing trying to clobber Strange right now. The kills just continue to rain in. No toes for you. Finds Ethan Winters, though, but the team will fall down eventually, meeting their ultimate demise. And RMIT, eyes on the prize, lock it in for 2, and we'll be able to take the first map. My word, Racquetz. What a way to get through the beginning of the evening. Just confidence shining there.
Yeah, for sure. That is a way to kick off a series indeed. And that's exactly what you want to see, especially coming off the control map as well, showing some mechanical prowess. Great job for the whole squad there. The Thing getting the most valuable player. Only one death. Was doing a very good job at sort of pivoting in and out for the front line and going back to the back line for the peel as well. Does offer that kind of flexibility. So that is awesome to see in general. Of course, when you do see the tank players perform, you have to give a shout out to the supports as well. Always part of that dynamic as well. So great performance all round there. And obviously there is still room to grow for the second map coming, because, you know, the format does lend itself to these types of changes, as we have seen in the past. Control and, you know, the push maps are a little bit more different in that aspect as well. So we'll see how both of these teams can, you know, meet each other on different grounds for the next map too.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, I suppose, how they adapt as well, Racquetz, you know, because it was definitely a tough one for QUT there. Like, they did have a little moment. I really was impressed with it when Jalen, in particular, was able to find a lot of presence with that Scarlet Witch ult. You know, they were able to lock down 3 kills there, take a bit of percent back. It was good for a moment. But if all you can secure is just little moments like that in order to edge a little bit of percentage forward, then they really need to rethink how they're going to approach the rest of it, right? Because if they can only have these little hit or miss moments, then they really need to consider how they want to approach the next map to find consistency in their point holds there, right? Because that's where RMIT managed to lock in. You know, they had that point presence, and they were able to hold on to that triumphantly. But QUT, they had those glimmers of hope, as we saw. They were able to get on the point, start to take percentage. They just couldn't hold on to it. So I think this next map is going to be a real test to them. And I hope that between maps there, they're able to reflect to figure out, yeah, if that's the comp they want to run with, how they can try and make it work, or if it's not, what they want to pick into instead. And considering, I suppose, the vastness now of the pick and ban system, you know, how it's extended compared to what we're used to in previous weeks, it really does open the door for like a lot more, I suppose, counterplay flexibility. And I'm all for it. I think that it's a great addition, and I'm really excited to see how the game changes as a result, for one. But also how the teams adapt around it. And I suppose playing into that, I'm curious what the other teams' reactions will be like as well. You know, seeing later on in the night, like Monash or other teams, how they play into it. It's definitely going to be interesting. But map 2 of this one, that's going to be a proving ground, and super duper keen for what both teams can bring, whether RMIT continues into this momentum swing here, or whether QUT can find their time to strike. But speaking of time to strike, it is ban time.
Yeah, will be good to get straight through there and see how things end up looking for the series in general. And a lot of these matches coming forward, and I guess this is why this first match is so pivotal, because with the ban system, it kind of does set the standard for the night in regards to potential differences we can see from the previous weeks that we had too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose already playing into differences from previous weeks, Hulk being banned out pretty much instantaneously is a good proving point there. You know, like we talked about Hulk last week as well, and now Hulk going to be seems banned permanently. Considering what we saw last week, where it looked like Hulk was in a bounce house and just going absolutely crazy. Fair enough. But no, we'll see what this looks like. Psylocke locked in again, so they definitely want to keep that one on the table. Lunar Snow being banned out, though, is interesting, but that leaves the flexibility for Groot now. We saw that banned first in the last big ban phase, and already the thing is gone. Fair enough from QUT there, considering how much presence RMIT had using the thing as a frontliner there. I'm really curious how they can adapt around it now.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But obviously with these series sort of contextual bans, right, the threat that was there from the first game, that won't be there anymore, but it does, ask the question of what could be available for this match as well. So, when you do ban one of these personalized picks throughout the series, you obviously could leave out something else as well, right? So see how far these hero pools can expand out to see what the adaptability is like for this series. Wanting to save particular heroes as well. Magneto, obviously a massive staple in this current meta, but Scarlet Witch won't be an option in that same vein. A very powerful team up throughout that sort of dynamic duo that we have been seeing in this current patch. Rocket Raccoon, something that has been a different flavor for this current season. A little bit different of a playstyle, but has been reworked into kind of a more conventional support for this current season with the ultimate change as well, and a bit more consistent healing. So different direction in that regard, and it looks like these kind of supports are kind of signaling that we don't want to be seeing a potential triple support composition. The Adam Warlock really shines in that environment as well, so that ban definitely does decline that through unless they're targeting a specific player there. But there we go, the final ban does come through, and that is Winter Soldier gone.
Yeah, and that also could play into a bit of a targeted ban as well there, Racquetz. But now seeing how we play into it, you were talking about Spider-Man and Venom at the start of the broadcast, and there it is for RMIT. They've locked in that team-up composition there. They've also got Panther and a Psylocke, so a very mobile oh my gosh. I don't know if they're going to pick that, Racquetz. No supports. My word. If they pick that, I'd be so
Looks
worried.
like my rank games.
Oh my gosh. Well, they're doing it. Who needs the support, I suppose? QUT, though, they're going to be a bit different. They've got support, so RMIT are playing off raw firepower. Or not. Okay, I was going to say, I was getting a bit worried there. I was thinking, oh, that's a bit too mobile. Yeah, there you go.
Everybody needs a little bit of practice.
Yeah.
Well, it does have the skin, though. It does have the skin. It does look quite nice.
The wins, as they say, right?
They do. They do. Groot just sort of building a house. Trying to chill out before the match starts. You got to be festive.
Building a house. Maybe got some inspiration from that recent building movie. Could be.
Could be.
Maybe there'll be a jockey in Another Life. Who knows? Battle of the Spider-Man. Spider-Man will prevail. A great start for Kari there. See if they are going to be able to lock in another. But they will. Aurelian does manage to fall to Air Ninja, so already reaching for the skies, and RMIT eyes on the prize on the defense.
Definitely seeing how they approach this choke point, especially with such aggressive comps from both of these squads as well. Venom's going to get a massive amount of value with the incoming dive AoE knock-up there. He's especially looking how the link up here with Spider-Man is to get these one-shots like that. It's just pure chaos right now in the back, one-shots all round. And if you're a support, you must be trembling in your boots.
Absolutely trembling in their boots because they have to try and hide away. See if they can find some little crevice to keep themselves safe there. But I don't know if there's many places to stay safe, Racquetz. I think that places, danger zone all round. But look at the danger. It starts to build now for RMIT as QUT build up a little bit of presence here. Slowly but surely, gaining movement towards halfway into this first checkpoint. Halfway, they might take it further. Ultimate comes out. Kari the first to strike though. Now getting into the back line, it's Osaragi. Does take a bit of punishment, but they can at least get a good shove through here. Venom ultimate also in the ready. Big damage onto the opposing Venom there. Now just trying to focus up on everyone in the back line here. So I love this presence and focus. It's really trying to shove them back, play their defending role well, and they have the flexibility to fall back at a moment's notice. So they've really managed to move the choke point forward in this instance.
Yeah, for sure. Right around this middle area. And the Groot ultimate did land, but it looks like didn't get many eliminations afterwards. Magneto looking for a big one here. Did a massive amount of damage, but if you don't get the one shot, a support ultimate does come straight afterwards. A lot of folks using their resources to try and settle things down, but these support ults are getting such a massive amount of value, and they're putting in the work to make sure that the squads do stay up. But after all that, after running out, it does look like some eliminations are finally coming through. Diving into the backline, Spider-Man gets and going back into the fray.
Back into the fray and ready to play the game here. Magneto sneaking it back as well. Just trying to go for little jabs here. Might get caught by Spider-Man if they stay too close though, but at least they've got that map awareness to, I suppose, fall back here. But gonna fall back. Jalen gonna find Kari. So this is an opening now for QT. They can really manage to shove forward. Spider-Man out of the mix. The opposing Spider-Man do a lot of work here, but Loki doing a great job to keep them alive as well with the shards there. But speaking of shards, Osaragi bringing out the cards on the point, finds Aurelian. To see if they can get anyone else as well. Cheese all good for it, but it's just trades left, right, and center here. Speaking of, Osaragi good for another one. Psylocke locked in once again. Finds Jalen looking for the Venom as well. They're just singling them out piece by piece here, not allowing them even a moment's grace.
A nice shield to protect the Psylocke there, doing a bunch of damage, facilitating the incoming dive as well. Using the Magneto in an offensive option, but also willing to save the team. And look at that assassination on the top high ground is returned though. The trade does come through. Nice job there, but great way to kick things off. The flankers are just at each other throughout this whole match, at each other's throats. And now we are back onto the cart where the supports will try and assist food. The Rocket has used the ult there to get the shields. Also an Invisible Woman as Proc Curse as well. Magneto looking for something to get the one shot, and there we go, gets it.
Gets it locked and loaded, Mr. Racquetz. So, see if anyone is going to be able to do anything further here. They're so close in the OT. Somebody's got to do something, but it may not be enough. The point pushes up, and there we have it. They get it over the line in the last second there. Might even get a kill as well. There you go. Nicely done, Possum. Take out one of the defenders on the stagger there. Now QUT afforded a further chance here, but it's definitely been a tough one so far, Racquetz. Like, they had to give it their all just to get it over the first checkpoint, and they've still got two more they need to progress past.
That's true. Let's see if they can get a pick early on in the fight. Looks like they end up getting picked there. They need a rebuttal. Ultimate does come out as well to get the clean up through, so it looks like they will be reset for the time being. At least they did not invest anything for that fight, so they die in a clean fashion, which gives them an opportunity to counter attack. Venom ultimate does come out there. Look for the diving strike of backline, nearly getting the elimination they were desired to get, but now the Spider-Man ultimate is there. Nice array of shots. The webs coming through, eliminating the support. That is a prize jackpot. That was very, very nice, cleanly done, and great target prioritization.
Target prioritization. Spider-Man ultimates coming out as well. Will be 2 more kills to the board. Another to follow from Jalen. Rocking into this one, trying to see if they can catch anyone else. So RMIT, they held so valiantly in the beginning, but now QUT managed to find a way to rip past them. Definitely looking good for the moment. We'll see if RMIT can find a way to adapt as well now, though.
Definitely has the potential to, if need be. They were very proactive when they first were at that initial point with a choke point for the very start of the match here, but now they've lost a bit of momentum. Now they're on the back foot and they feel like a little bit less comfortable than what they were previously. Now ultimates can potentially come out there, try to recover a little bit of pace that they left before, but the Psylocke ultimate so good at kicking things off, forcing a lot of resources out as well. I like to see it.
Like to see it, and we love to see this. Close one, Magneto, good damage there. Nice to shove them back, but no kill as a result. Osaragi, though, ready to bring the butterfly out. There it is, trying to go for those lower members. Does catch Groot. That's a decent pickup there. They're looking to see if they can get anyone else. Falling away, though. I know Racquetz ult was up and operational there. Want to stay clear from anyone affected. Let's see. They've managed to keep themselves up. Boutique timer, though, still trickling through, but it's Venom ultimate time. They're primed up right now.
Spider-Man ultimates coming out here as well. All very interesting options to attack, and has gotten a AOE amount of value there. And look at this, the wall's just being a pest, a thorn in the side, being a little bit annoying to deal with. And the Rocket Raccoon, very mobile, dodging through to the back line. Psylocke trying to survive here, but obviously you need to contest if you want to have the payload have any chance of pushing forward, but no members of the squad to help out in that situation as well. Survival of the fittest, and did end up pushing a decent chunk there, considering obviously that first point was a little bit dicey for a lot of the time there, Matzy, but every little bit does count. It definitely does give a little bit more room to breathe there.
Yeah, it definitely gives them a lot more flexibility, I suppose, and I'm curious to see if there will be much of a difference pressing on into this next sector now. It's definitely going to be a tough time ahead, to say the least here, but not an impossible time. RMIT don't have too far to push, considering how well they managed to hold down QUT there, but in saying that, teams respond similarly to how they did in the last half of the game, then see a whole different ball game. Speaking of ball game, though, Gamazon, Namor, bringing that one out. Definitely keen to see how they can play with that. Ethan Winters as well, however, it's Jeff time.
Yeah, trying out a little bit of anti-dive. See how that ends up panning out in that particular situation. Can definitely end up giving you a little bit more of a defensive presence to help out your supports, but the execution is going to have to be very good. Your communication, of course, falling and peeling back to assist one of your fellow peers. So they do have a little bit more of a range advantage now that they have that pick too, but let's see if they can get any of these picks early on in the fight to try and utilize that as well, and see if their backline gets a little bit more durable as a result of it.
Yeah, that's really going to be a big test for him, isn't it, Racket? And the Spider-Men do get a bit of action, and Kari goes down. So, the trade for both teams there. We'll see. They are going to be able to find the next pick. Osaragi hunting Spidey, as a matter of fact. You can see they're just locked in on that player. But not able to shut him down just yet. Need to pick and choose their battles here. Speaking of battles, forces them off their battle stations. Diving strike comes through for no toast for you. Locking in on Jeff. That's going to be a good one to find, but Jeff just a little too slippery for them. But other picks have come in the meantime.
Yeah, definitely a slippery pit. Difficult support to lock down, but speaking of something to lock down, the grid ultimate will be a fantastic resource for that. So low, but didn't get the job done in the end. That was so incredibly close. That is incredibly unfortunate there. And now diving into the back line, trying to recover some lost momentum there. The Venom ultimate in conjunction with the damage boost as well is a fantastic source of AoE damage to try and get those picks incoming.
Great to see the depth of the picks there, and keen to see what is going to be coming out as a result there. Again, Spider-Man goes down as a result. 3 of their teammates, including them, follow. So, big damage from QUT here on the defense, trying their best to hold them down. We'll see if the Namor ultimate see the light of day in this one as well. They're just holding back for the second. Monitoring their options. Here it is. The amazing Spider-Man comes through, says hello.
A lot of crowd control, at least, if no eliminations don't follow up afterwards. Magneto, nice bonk. Another Spider-Man ultimate to deal with in the backline as well. They've just been up so very often, and both Spider-Mans have been pivotal to their respective compositions. And the 1v1 does come out in the back. This high ground has been highly contested throughout the series, and the dive composition is going to be one of the most important things to keep track on. These positionings right on the top side of the map.
And let's see, there's the Sia coming out. A Psylocke locking in the butterfly as well. Good double kill coming off that one. Looking for another. Try and take down Namor, but Namor ultimate as well coming out around the back. Looking to see what else they can find. It's Jeff time. Big pick up on the group there. Taking their tank out of the fray. Really going to keep them into this one a while longer. Speaking of, they've still got picks to lock into here. They're right on the edge of taking this point, but we've just got a little thorn in their side in the Venom. Well, not anymore. So that's going to be all that they wrote for this first checkpoint. They lock it in. Extra 3 minutes now. Let's see how they play it out.
Trying to gather this high ground for the time being, scouting the positions. Venom does not have the cooldowns to retreat, but was not scouted out as a very good vantage point right now. Does have the opportunity to command the troops, alert them of where the other squads are located. Very nice job diving at the back line. Cooldowns used to try and sway the Venom off, but Venom is such a very difficult character to eliminate, with a lot of defensive tools used once the dive is initiated too, especially with the over health that is supplied once you are low too. So those are definitely things to take into consideration, especially when the ultimate is up, is another resource to use if needed. Now we'll be trying to retreat for the time being. A massive amount of resources available to use on the offense here into the backline, trying to force something out from the supports, but they don't flinch for the time being, and they don't have the resources available as of yet, but they will for the next fight.
Absolutely will have it available. I mean, Kari was just holding on to the spectacular spin there. We got Dance of the Butterfly available here as well from Osaragi, so there's big offensive ultimates coming out. Speaking of, Smiles joining in there. Good damage on the players. There we go. Possum's down. Good lock in on that side. And there might be more. The Dance of the Butterfly gets activated here. Osaragi, good for it. Locking in on the Namor. There we go. This is what they wanted. Spider-Man trying to pull them back as well. Will ultimately be hit by a bit of a counter attack here. So Jalen's down. They're trying to take out No Toast for You. They will find it now. It's time to get high speed chase down. Kari being a nuisance in the back line, but there's still more to push for this point here.
A little bit to go. Nearing the end, the Spider-Man trying to engage, put the nail in the coffin here. The eliminations did come out, but it obviously put a little bit of work and more trying to retreat. That cooldown is going to be very important up against a dive comp, and they are trying to take advantage of that straight afterwards as well. Rocket ult use the damage boost does come through, and obviously does provide the shielding utility there, trying to top up the folks to make sure that they don't get bursted down in this last dive.
Absolutely, and I think it's Jeff going to be imperative in this situation, you know, maybe as a last-ditch effort for RMIT to try and displace at least some of the opposing team here. But Ethan Winters needs to stay alive in order to activate that one, because no one else on their team has an ult. Root ult's going to be big as well. Cheezel very close to it. So there's big potential on both sides here. Rocket as well around the corner for RMIT here. So what's the support ultimate? See who's going to activate first though, because time is of the essence here. Chari trying their best to hit off the backline. Takes a lot of punishment though. Oshiragi already going down. Uh-oh, this is looking bad. It could look a lot worse, but Racquetz, the fight rages on.
It definitely does. Jeff ults are going to be so incredibly important here, since this is the last potential fight that these enemies could face on this map. Getting a massive amount of value, not getting the biggest, but does enough work to put the pressure on. The Magneto does get the snipe into the back line as well, trying to use the butterfly elegantly to try and clean up the crew at the back, but the peeling has been so strong as well. The support's doing a great job in order to get back on the point here.
Oh, good timing on it as well. They needed that. Came in clutch with the portal, and there it is. Spider spin comes through again. They're able to get a little bit of work out of it. Cap gets Cheezel there, looking for more as well. They double down, are fighting more and more. Rocket brings back Cheezel. Aurelian's down now. They need to get these kills and quick, otherwise the game could slip away from them. The kills coming out now. There goes Star-Lord looking for more. The point's still alive on a slither of health. Surely they can stop them. Spider-Man gets on it, trying to delay a little bit longer. They've managed to hold on to it. The point's so close. Surely they can stop them here. Surely there's something. They're holding on to it for dear life, Bracket. It might not be enough. The stagger could be too much. But there's the ult.
Wow, and a great shot from the Psylocke as well to shut that down. Obviously, you have Jeff. That's a massive one in the distance. That could be the game saver there. We talked about how influential that one could be in this particular moment, and has just provided a MVP caliber play to try and lock things down. That may be the assistance that they needed there, but still the fight is roaming across the point. The Venom's going to be so incredibly pivotal. Speaking of a Jeff ultimate, there is another one that could potentially be done here. Rocket narrowly ends up getting caught up with that one, but not as many getting caught through with that massive 8 there. But still, the fight rages onto the point, and the butterfly is in the backline once again.
Huge stuff from the butterfly, finding the Jeff there, locking in on Penny Parker. Oh my word, wow. Star-Lord right on the edge. And they will be able to just barely push it over the line there for RMIT. My gosh, the distance between those two teams is but a breath. Incredible efforts coming through from both rosters here. Smiles locking in the MVP cap at the end, but they certainly played valiantly on their role as well. What a game we've had before us, Racquetz. Incredible stuff from both teams. Just look at all that defense, the damage, the stats just play the story there. And we have seen quite the spectacle.
For sure. And similar to some of the games that were, 2-0 last week, it was a close one towards the end. I think we have seen these teams, once they lose that first map, there is a little bit of another level to unlock there, and then it becomes quite close towards the end. So that was a very valiant attempt. I mean, it could have gone either way for that second map. It was so close between both of those teams, especially in regards to the ultimates being used in the end. But the cleanup crew with the dive comps to target prioritization are going to be such key things to worry about there, and it's such a cutthroat composition to play as well. Things just happen in an instant, in the blink of an eye, and it is a very entertaining type comp to watch as well, because you just see so many flashy plays, and we had no shortage of that in that match.
Absolutely. Had no shortage whatsoever. They were just delivering on all cylinders there, putting in the hard yards, and definitely eager to see more of what's to come, Racquetz. I think there's a lot of good times ahead of us. My gosh. Can you just believe it?
Yeah, for sure. And, obviously looking forward to the matches coming up tonight as well. 3 more to go in that respect. But yeah, definitely a good way to start off the night in that regard. We'll probably end up asking some questions in regards to some of these picks as well for the game, and see how much of this dive potential meta that could blossom throughout the rest of the night, perhaps as well. See what these players are thinking in regards to that one. So will be entertaining for sure to get some perspective.
Yeah, it will be entertaining. I think we've got some more entertaining content on its way into right now, because we have none other than Smiles.
Hello, hello. How you guys going?
Oh,
Good,
fantastic,
thank you, mate.
mate. It's a pleasure to have you on board. And what a game. What a game. And I guess first and foremost, I got to say, how are you guys feeling about the new ban system?
I was a bit skeptical at first because it does limit a lot of the roster, and it is quite common that people go for all the catalyst or anchor characters first. But I've kind of grown to like it. The matches feel very, very unique, and we kind of need to get the theory crafting down pat at the start. And it feels nice. It feels nice when we pull it off.
Nice. And bouncing off that question as well, does that kind of like change the way that you folks like practice, or like, look for different potential heroes, knowing that they could potentially have more of a chance to be shut out?
Yeah, yeah. Our team comps have gotten a bit more dynamic. When we're aiming for one thing or the other, we need to have more heroes in that playstyle available to us, because it's a lot easier for something specific to be shut down.
Absolutely. And I guess playing into the both maps there, the first one seemed, I guess, a bit more one-sided, but it felt a lot closer heading into that last map there. And I guess what was going on for you guys? Like, why do you feel it was so close that time?
The Venom mirror was actually very well done by them. Their backline trades, it was just whoever could pull it off faster, as both teams are kind of full committing to the dive. But we ended up having a really good stall at the end there. My emergency Captain America came out just to hold the point, and it worked out pretty all right, so I'm pretty proud of us.
And sort of going off that as well, because we obviously did see a bunch of dive within the series itself. Do we think throughout sort of the matches that are coming up and things that we can expect to see, that dive will be something more prominent, or do you think this is just sort of like a stylistic thing between the series?
Dive is quite favorable on this map, so it's really easy for us to swap into it. But I don't think it's quite strong outside of like very specific maps. There's like a lot more of a brawly meta, especially with Emma coming into things.
Yeah, keen for when you guys are going to be able to play that. But I suppose for now, I want to say congratulations on your win again tonight. You guys are killing it. I'm very keen to see how you guys do heading into next week and the rest of the season for that matter. But yeah, for now, thank you for joining us. And yeah, I'm keen to hear from you
Thank you
again
so much
soon.
for having me. Yeah,
Thank you.
look forward to seeing you guys next week.
Too good.
Thanks, man.
See ya.
Alrighty. Great to get some insight once again, Racquet, and keen to see, I suppose, yeah, more of what's to come from some of our players tonight. I think that was a great first matchup, a good proving grounds for RMIT and QUT for that matter. But QUT, they came so close, to at least dragging the series a bit longer. But RMIT, they pulled it off in the end, and I was really impressed how they managed to make that their own. They really managed to zone in on that and keen for more. But speaking of keen for more, we're going to get things set up for the second series of the night. And while we get that done, we'll be heading to a break. See you very soon. Welcome back to the AEL University Elite Series. Matsy and Racquetz coming back to you once again after an incredible first game there. I am super duper hyped up, keen, excited, all of it for our second game of the evening. You know, it's going to be great when you've got some Marvel rivals on the card. And what better teams to do it right now than UTS and Macquarie? Oh my word, Racket. I'm going to have fun with this one. How are you feeling about it? Here's the rosters.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. So UTS had that really clutch game, 2-1, and Macquarie did have that very successful game with the Hulk towards the end of the night as well. So nice from both of those squads. Really keen to get that to see what both of them have in store for us.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a lot in store for us, Racket. I reckon they're going to have a lot of fun. But speaking of fun, who's bringing us the fun? UTS, Kaibe, Dinosaur Pillow, Milk, Jason, and Soon and Fluent. Following up, it's Macquarie with Tashi, 250R, Nascent, Technovius, Helix 16, Frosty Boy, and Just a Tuna. So, we've seen him before, we're going to see him again, and very keen to see how the new pick band system is going to really affect these teams, you know, because time and time again, we've seen a player like Tashi play into that Star-Lord as one of their more prevalent picks there. So keen to see, I suppose, if that's going to just be a permanent ban from their opponents or whether they adapt around that, kind of let that Star-Lord through, or whether, you know, they're able to, I suppose, ban around some of the other players. Because there's a lot more flexibility in that field now. You know, they can really play deeply into the pick ban system there. And I'm just so keen to see what they have in store for us. You know, it's exciting because it's all new, Racket.
It is, and that's the sort of beauty of having a player who is a star on a particular pick as well. I mean, it's a strength in that it's sort of like it attacks almost, right? So, you know, this basically has to be banned every single game, or what do you have in order to counter it, right? So it's always going to be at the back of the opposition's minds and saying, okay, this is definitely a factor that we're going to have to worry about. And when you have so many people pressuring this particular pick or trying to ban it out, that means that the rest of your team has more breathing room themselves and be like, okay, now we can feel a little bit more comfortable. Now all of a sudden we have a comfort pick that we have access to as well. So it really does.
Absolutely, and we're already deep into it. Loki, good night. Who else is going to be tucked in? Find out in a second. It's UTS's turn to pick here. 10 seconds to go. They're thinking deeply on this one. Imagine they just pick nothing. That'd be fun. Oh, Torch. Definitely another target ban there, I believe. And the first pick to come through now.
Yeah, probably wanting to negate spark that really enables that ability coming forward. And Hela will be picked through. We've seen a lot of Hela throughout these past few weeks as well. So a character that has been a pretty big mainstay overall. And Cap will be saved here too. So the team up potential as well. Obviously, the Winter Soldier does have that opportunity as well. See if we can see that potentially. That does come to fruition. But now we see this Psylocke band, which is definitely a character that did have a lot of time in the sun for the previous series.
Absolutely. And you're going to see what they are going to be able to bring out of this one. As they hold on a while longer here. We'll see Groot banned out. So, good night, Groot. Will not be playing into this one any longer. Next picks, though. Who's going to be staying around? Who will go?
Find out soon. Hulk. There we go. Definitely something that was a massive power pick. And it does open up some compositional changes as well. The team ups available at the disposal. Hulk very flexible in what can be picked. And the Doctor Strange as well. So that can be utilized if need be. Both of those tanks have been saved, of course. And with the Captain America and the Doctor Strange saved, that could very well be the tank duo that is coming out there. And this final ban, the Lunar Snow, been something that's been quite popular with the bans throughout these past few weeks as well. Just not wanting for the just a pure defensive ult to be available, really making the DPS's job a lot more difficult, and the Rocket. So, as I said, this season, Rocket a lot more powerful, a lot more flexible as well, and definitely is going to be a target from a few of these teams coming forward as well, and knowing that the team ups are available. And now both teams, time to lock in, see what types of styles we can see. Previous series, dive was the theme. Let's see if that continues to be the theme for this series. Looks like it will be a little bit more different, and good news for us, especially seeing that Hulk through that was saved as well. Anything like the previous Hulk that we saw as well would be fantastic.
The jump scare there for a second, right? You know, just straight into Venom looking all menacing.
Yeah.
Now, playing into the comp from Macquarie here, it makes me think back to our interview last week, right? Where we asked them about the Hulk, why the Hulk, and that was in preparation for the patches to come when Hulk becomes more powerful. The fact they were able to play with so much confidence prior to the patch last week really goes to show what they could be capable of with the buffs online, right? Maybe even more. And they also talked about the Scarlet Witch last week as well, and you can see they picked exactly into that. So we got the inside scoop there, Racquet. Keen to see how it plays out.
It's a nice little storyline to progress through and see how true to the tale it can be, how comfortable they are with the consistency throughout the season as well. It is a pretty powerful team up as well in conjunction with this Hulk too. A little bit of a defensive core. This is a bit of a stark comparison from what we previously had with the dive. Obviously, Hulk is very flexible in that avenue as well, can occupy the front line as well as the back diving, but seeing how good those timings are can be absolutely pivotal as those cooldowns are quite long.
Cooldown's quite long and would get even longer. Dinosaur Pillow. Oh, I like how they're just striking from above here, trying to see if they can lock in a bit of damage and not be found, but they have been found by Tashi. Tashi luckily gets away. They can use their little vulnerability on their translucent to get away. And they will be all good for now. But speaking of all good, Macquarie, they're all good to take that early percentage and shove the enemy far, far away.
Looking quite comfortable for the time being, and with their comp, it's so good for them to achieve this point straight up as well, so that the Pirates of Namor can be set up as well. Hulk needs to be careful. He does have the health pack available if need be. We'll take that out. We'll be trying to pivot through. Ella's going to be difficult to deal with. She's going to be a very, very important aspect of UTS overall, especially to pressure out the Scarlet Witch in the sky as well. Already taken out the Hulk. It's a good sign for the UTS team in general, so they now will be walking forward trying to snowball that little bit of a pick they got at the start.
Yeah, try and see if they can snowball it forward towards an avalanche, and Macquarie certainly find it. Good to lock in a bit of damage there. Love to see just the damage over time coming through from Tashi. Just passively knock them the heck down. Delaying the kill onto Kaibe as well. That's going to be a big stagger there. They're going to have to rely on Soon to try and see if they can swindle their way onto the point. Jason almost goes down as well. Not going down quite yet. So the potential percentage still building up here as well, Racquet. It could be one step closer towards the Scarlet Witch. Reality erasure.
Definitely looking to erase reality here, especially in the support ults. Does have the opportunity to get that one shot. Hulk is getting a massive amount of value here, breaking the wall. Indeed, bouncing back and forth, getting a massive amount of damage. Has to deal with the Spider-Man there as well, falling off the cliff. Nice little boop there. Hulk now bouncing, trying to get out, get the percentage up as far as can be. 99%. That is a massive achievement there for Macquarie University. And now UTS, it's their time to try and get that percentage up. They have no breathing room, however, as Macquarie only need to have that one fight in order for them to successfully run through. But these ultimates, they can use it in a very proactive manner. They can have the opportunity to launch a pretty good way to maintain the percentage here.
Yeah, great way to maintain the percentage there, and eager to see if Soon's going to activate the World Breaker. They do have it available at any which point. They want to hold on to this percentage. Definitely could be the good one as well. Reality Erasure still available for Tashi here too, so that could be a big one. Their teammates can distract them long enough. Speaking of, though, they might not have a chance to use it. Oh, there we go. Worldbreaker comes through. Hella locking in as well. Good damage from Tashi there. Takes them straight out of that ult. Tries to lock them out as well, but they have found kills already. Tashi taking punishment, and UTS strike them out there. Good to get even closer towards the finish line here. But speaking of finish line, Macquarie have 3, almost 4 ultimates to counterattack with.
Yeah, maybe perhaps just looking to all press the ultimate button together, try and launch their final strike here. And saying that if it's unsuccessful, then they won't have any resources available for the second component here. Using the portal, trying to get an alternate path here. The ultimate used here from Scarlet Witch as well didn't land there, but they are now onto the point, trying to stir some pressure.
Speaking of pressure, more ultimate comes through there. Pulling it through, they're getting closer and closer now. 99 to 99, Kaibe ready and waiting as well. Could see the Eye of Agamotto activated at any time here to try and push them over the line on this one. You see every player trying to lock in that damage there, scurrying all over the place, just dishing it out piece by piece here. Technovius in a bit of trouble. Namor ults the Namor there. Jason goes down, and there it is. Talked about that Eye of Agamotto. It comes out. Worldbreaker coming out as well now. Technovius locking into this one, jumping all over the shop, trying to shut them out. We'll see if they can manage it, though. It's a tough ask, and they aren't able to deliver quite yet. There's a kill from Dinosaur Pillow. Finally, the dominoes start to topple over, but Tashi trades it out, and the control ceased back to UTS. But we're finding kills now on both sides. The OT timer trickling down. This could be round 1, Racket.
Wow.
There it is. UTS.
What a comeback. That was a very strong comeback, showing their resolve throughout that whole bit as well, and adjusting their composition too dramatically, try and adapt the play style themselves, and they did a very good job at doing that, showing that flexibility. So nice job from them. Looks like they're going to be using that same style that ended up scoring them the comeback to launch themselves and hopefully secure the first section of this, to not put so much pressure on themselves as previous. So, you know, having that situation where you're going from 99 down and then ending up winning the round is quite an impressive feat, but they managed to score this first fight, and they can alleviate a little bit of those worries coming up. They are winning the ultimate percentage wall as well, so they do have the opportunity, especially with the Hela, to get picks at the start of these fights, a bit more of a range advantage here. See how it ends up working out for them, knowing that this is what ended up scoring them the comeback.
That's exactly right, Racket. Hard work pays off, and it scores them the comeback. Now they have to maintain course, maintain consistency here. So they want to take it a full distance. But point hasn't unlocked yet. We got 10 seconds on the wait time here. Are they going to be able to lock this one in for a bit more? It's certainly going to be tested. Hulk already jumps in on it. Technovius taking a bit of punishment around the bends there soon. Trying to do a bit of the same, jumping into the back line there. Hulk v Hulk. It's like a wrestling match right now. Speaking of, Namor in a bit of trouble. Dinosaur Pillow tracks him down, but Jason delivers the execution there. Jason trying for more invulnerability bubble for a second here. Stay alive for a little bit longer. Nobody giving them heals though, so they will eventually perish. Tashi, good to find a lot of execution out of that one. And that's going to be the early point percentage afforded to Macquarie.
Yeah, Macquarie now bite back, showing that they still have what is left in the tank, being the ones who strike first again on this control. But now it's about maintaining it through. They obviously did have a very impressive initial score in the first round there, but they did let go of it in the end, and they didn't manage to snap back. So now they're trying to prove that they are able to conquer this point and not let go. Have ultimates available. Both of these teams have the opportunity to try and start the fight here. Which one will be launched off first? We'll find that out very soon.
Here we go. Eye of Agamotto. Well, the Erasure comes out as well. Gets one out of it. Dinosaur Pillow, good impact to get that kill as well, considering what they've been doing to their teammates. We'll see what else they are going to be able to bring into the break here. Both tanks still alive, still kicking. World Breaker comes out. It's Hulk time. And they are jumping into the back line here. Oh,
wow.
Chase comes down. Looking for the cloak and dagger as well. 5A falls. Will they be able to find him more? Yes, they will. Tashi locking in on the damage. Getting it all in there. This is a shove and a half from Macquarie right now.
Nice juggles there as well. Very good Hulk mechanics coming out there. I see what you're doing. And now the retreat is forced though, however. Does have a defensive ultimate left in the bank. Another support ult is coming through as well. Hulk will be engaging and pushed off the map. Look at that timing there. That is exactly the pick that you want to be seeing. One main tank is down from UTS. This means that they do have a numbers disadvantage, and especially coming up to this percentage late into the map, that could be so pivotal.
Pivotal, and we'll see. They are going to be able to find it. Magneto bringing out the ult there. Ball goes down. Here's the World Ranger coming out again, or Erase Reality. And it will be Dinosaur Pillow to respond, trying to get a bit of damage through. They lock in for one, good for more. That's what you like to see. It's a cleanup here. Really great usage of their abilities there, just seizing that control. Cloak and Dagger, great to deal a bit of presence with the Eternal Bond, and more to follow. So great stuff overall, Racquetz.
Yeah, really pulling the trigger there, which is good. Utilizing the ultimate offensively, and that's exactly what they needed in order to get back. Nice headshot, sort of going back, shepherding, having to use the mobility to get out, but causing a lot of pressure. Good to see there. Could we get deja vu where UTS end up getting another comeback here? It's going to be a tall task, but it definitely is possible here. Macquarie University, they have the Doctor Strange ult to launch themselves into here. Speaking of another ultimate that is very powerful, but ends up getting cancelled by the Hulk Exile. What a fantastic use of that cooldown.
Agree with you more there, Racquetz. It's fantastic use of the cooldown there, and they are locking in on this one. BkWhatOCE available here as well. Definitely can be a big one, especially at this imperative time here. But they don't even need it. They're going to go 1-for-1 on this one. Macquarie deliver the revenge story.
Yeah, and this brings us to the final section of this control. And we'll see how this ends up panning out for both of these squads. One in the bank for both of them, already a close series. And we are just getting started. See how things end up shaping up throughout this one. And one thing that I want to highlight as well, especially with these maps, I think, we talk about the power of Invisible Woman with her ultimate, her utility, survivability, and healing. But one thing that's so strong with her as well is her ability to sort of peel in regards to also the environmental kind of situation with a lot of these cliffs as well. It really does end up warping how some of these dives end up panning out, because you really have to be careful of where you are positioning. Otherwise, she will push you off and make sure that you have leverage to get back on and grant that first initial pick at the start of these fights. Obviously, that did help in the previous map incoming as well, when there is more environmental dangers incoming on this in case as well. So see if we get another environmental death here, but either way, both of these squads will be up against each other once again, trying to find their ground for the time being. Frontline is trying to achieve the same thing, get the pressure. Hulk, obviously, in the back, getting facilitated as well, trying to pocket to make sure that they're in safe hands. And there we go, Macquarie University, so incredibly aggressive as well as a unit, just hunting down.
Hunting down and gunning it through, and eager to see what else they can do. Nice damage there. Helix finds Jason. Good to have the shield up as well. Just fall off. Don't need to maintain too much pressure here. Hold the line of sight. They're ready and waiting. Hulk, though, ready to bounce over the top as well. BkWhatOCE is going to be a key factor here. If they get too close, it could get locked out. They're going to lock out, though. Hulk Smash might be locked in as well, but there it is. The drive-by. BkWhatOCE. Tashi delivers as well with the reality erasure. Just great combination there, Racquetz. Once they're immobilized, you lock in that ult, and it's just good night.
really utilizing that in a great fashion. Don't see too many multi-kills off of that one. Only going to get better as well once we do have, of course, Emma Frost releasing that potential combo coming out with the suppress. But either way, very good news if you are a Macquarie University fan so far. Percentage is going up and they still have resources left in the bank. Of course, UTS do have the opportunity to come back here, but they're going to have to do it now rather than later, as the time is ticking down, and Techno is doing a fantastic job on this Hulk at diving in and getting a massive amount of damage, and not only being facilitated by the teammates as well, right on top of the Magneto. Shield versus shield, and will be narrowly escaping, of course, with the assistance of the healers.
Yeah, narrowly escaping, and still going to be more fun on the way here. Eternal Bond available. Good Dinosaur Pillow. Exile. Hulk Smash available as well. Might deliver it towards the enemy spawn. Strange Portal, here we go. Hulk Smash comes out though. They're going to be jumping straight into it. Who have more to play with as well. See, they are going to be playing into it. Go for the World Breaker there. They will. The World Breaker says goodbye. Oh, it's a madness there. Just a bloodbath, Racquetz.
Indeed it is. Quite a funny sight to behold indeed. And it will end up being GG's in that game. Very great performance there for Macquarie University. They get themselves the very first map here in this series. The dominant last section there on the Bifrost Garden. And quite an entertaining one. Thor slamming down the hammer. Happy with that one himself. He's rejoicing. But another Omega level character we need to take into consideration, this Hulk breaking worlds as he trembles just walking in the presence. And it was a definitely an entertaining game to see. They're earning themselves the MVP, 4 medals as well. Great to see, similar to what we saw on the previous week as well, Matsy, with how dominating that particular performance was there. So good to see all around, and it really does paint a good picture between a lot of these teams incoming as well, having that kind of decisive play style. And we did see sort of a similar play style between both of these teams in that regard as well, with those compositions. And obviously different deviations, of course, with the DPS picks and kind of the other tank that's facilitating that kind of play style too. But still, it was nice to see kind of a little bit of a different variation from the previous series. But we're not done yet, of course. There still is room to breathe, and there still is an opportunity to change even more depending. But yeah, that was an entertaining first section. Of course, we went the distance on the control.
Absolutely. We really got to see, a bit of their capabilities, like 2-1 on that first map there. Definitely keen to see what the second one's going to look like. And there was some great little moments, and this is just the beginning of the series, like that drive-by Eye of Agamotto into the reality erasure there. That was crazy. And I'm keen to ask about that later. If, they do actually end up winning, I'm definitely keen to see what the thoughts on that one are. But obviously, you never know who's going to win, considering how close that first map was. Both teams got a bit of a slice of the pie in terms of the energy, the momentum there. So it could go either way here. And I'm very excited to see how they're able to adapt around it and play into this second map as well. Because obviously could be anyone's game, and very excited to see just who's going to be playing that game. Speaking of playing the game, though, Emma Frost, like you said, that's going to be a big change coming up in the future weeks, Racquetz. And I'm excited for when it becomes available to our players.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, we're already seeing some combo ability with the Scarlet Witch, and I think that's definitely going to be one of the pretty good combos coming in, the Scarlet Witch and the Emma Frost, using those two ultimates in unison together. But she's also a character that can kind of assist in the dive situation. So she definitely does add a bit of a unique dynamic, but quite high cooldowns in that respect as well. So you need to be careful with how you do use her abilities there. But differing opinions on her power level. So interesting to see what teams think that she's really, really strong. Others that may not favor her as much. But either way, with such a quick release with the roster for Marvel Rivals, it does introduce such a different dynamic. So we'll definitely shake things up regardless anyway, because that's what happens in these types of games. Even if the character is not very strong on release, it does implement a new different style, a new kind of different flavor as well. If it's strong, of course, and it definitely does impact the game on a massive scale itself as well. So see how that ends up going through. But yeah, excited to see how things pan out in that regard.
That's it. See how it goes. But while we get the next one set up, we are going to head to a short break. So we'll be back in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. Matzi and Racquetz back at it again with some Marble Rivals. So, to apologize for the delay there, we are going to be getting into the next map coming up very shortly here. Very excited for what's to come. And very keen to see more of those wonderful picks and bans coming through, to be honest. Spider Island going to be the map of choice, by the way, so get keen for that one. Curious to see how close it's going to play out. Like in that first series, we saw like both teams just barely able to bypass that first point. Very close and competitive there. And will it be the same in this one, Racket?
Yeah, it's a good question, Matsy. I think, considering the different styles of seeing this series as well, could be quite a different flavor. I mean, we saw the Venom and the Spider-Man be like the dynamic duo, unironically being on the Spider Islands as well, doing a fantastic job at providing a lot of pressure, an initial sort of choke point there that was relentless to push through. And from what we've seen so far, been more of sort of like a Hulk, Strange, Hulk, Magneto kind of comp. So will be a little bit different as to potentially the different styles we could see here as well. But obviously in the pick a ban phase, Groot has been a focus so far from a lot of these teams in general, especially onto this map, which you can obviously really negate that initial point there with the walls, considering how tight it is to squeeze through as well. So that's quite understandable.
Yeah, quite understandable, and I'm sure there's more of that to follow, Mr. Racket. But speaking of what's to follow, holding back for now. On what is to come as our next pick here. We've got Scarlet banned out, so after that first one, fair enough, considering we saw the capability of that. But Cap now going to be locked in as well as an alternative pick. Curious to see how that one goes. You can see that they've banned out a lot of those mobile characters, haven't they? And super curious at what's going to follow through from that. There's still the opening for the Hela as well, so Dinosaur Pillow could play into that if they want. But Namor going to be the next one banned, so they're just really chopping apart these picks here.
Sure, and that Namor, in conjunction with the Hulk as well, the team up is incredibly powerful and it adds a different dynamic through as well. Invisible Woman is extremely strong on this map, especially through to that second point when the environmentals become a real hazard, so that will be negated there too. So now seeing different flavors from both of these teams. Perhaps the Wolverine will be added onto the mix. Whenever you do see a Wolverine hovered, you sort of say, okay, must have been having a little bit of trouble in the frontline war, need a little bit more frontline sort of presence in the Wolverine, eliminating with that percentage max health damage. See how it ends up panning out for both of these squads. Maybe perhaps even against the Venom can be used to have a little bit of an anti-dive tool there too. So we have both of these squads end up lining up, and this attack will be extremely instrumental in setting the pace, because if it's anything like the previous ones, Matsy, there will be a little bit of a stall on this initial point, but both of these teams so far haven't really been hovering over towards a mega dive comps. But in saying that, a little bit more of an aggressive flavor for both of these squads here, so really wanting to pressure that initial point. So we may end up getting a bit of a similar story, but a different variation of it anyways.
Yeah, very eager to see what they are going to be able to present to us story-wise, whether the chapters have some variations there or whether it's going to be a different story entirely. Speaking of, Tashi hooked into the wall there by the spider web. There you go. Already starting off with a bang, but Jason, see what they can do against a Wolverine here. Wolverine holds on valiantly, sticking to their guns. UTS trying to press it up, but they can't get too much movement just yet. The Warrior doing a good job of holding them off in the early game here.
And that is the key moment. Of course, this choke point is quite deadly to go through. Hook's going to be a very useful cooldown, especially up against a dive incoming. Already the Punisher roll. Hello, where did that even come from? That was charged so quickly. Will now be doing a very good job at shredding through and providing a lot of the damage, cutting around the terrain as well to make sure that they are safe, and setting up the turret onto the payload as well. making sure that they're protected by the squad as well. And you will now be having a mobile killing machine onto there. Wolverine will be maneuvering themselves around to get some safe passage there. Now, to see if they can get any snatches to aid in the frontline battle.
Frontline battle rages on for the turret mast. Dinosaur Pillow just really waddling them down there. Lots of HP going to be on the chopping block here, but lots of potential on the back line as well as they look to press straight up to the wall here. They've got a lot more in the tank where that came from, and they managed to find a triumphant approach straight through towards that first point there. So 4.5 minutes on their clock now. We'll see. Oh, they can manage to add a bit more time into the second. Ooh, getting a bit dangerous, isn't it?
Very dangerous. Nearly got the environmental kill there. I saw the cheeky little Spider-Man play potentially in action. The Spider-Man is definitely very deadly on the second point here as well. Does offer that bit of terrain to maneuver around and get those picks. Venom, of course, sort of a similar vein to the previous series as well. A little bit of deja vu. UTS here in the playstyle that they're going for. Bucky, ultimate is proc through. No resets though. Did end up missing the initial one, so we'll have to sort of pivot in the time being, but the squad will end up helping out to make sure that they're supplied safely here. Hawkeye, bit of a unique swap here as well. See if they can get any of these picks early on. Going to be pressured, of course, by the heavy dive. Is ending up getting pressured by the Punisher of all people, getting the finishing blow on that long range exchange.
Yeah, curious to see how things go down there. Heard that cap ult come out as well. Novius not able to find as much presence with that as they would like, but at least they can fall back and maintain their life here. We do have the Hunter's side available for the Hawkeye as well. Tashi could be good into that. I have Agamotto potentially on the cards as well here, so there's good things on the horizon for Macquarie. Even, I suppose, the Eternal Bond can be something to think about there. But something to think about, Ibe, Milk, and Dinosaur Pillow, good with ultimates of their own here. Haven't managed to get it over the line yet. They have heaps of time to do it. Speaking of, maybe lessen a bit now. Technovia is good to open up the account here. Might be able to take it further. Oh, I can hear that. Punisher bringing out the ult now. Lots of damage around the chopping block. There goes the Hunter's sight there. Hawkeye not able to find anything with it though. So poor Tashi just stuck and back to the drawing board for that one. And their team, they're doing a great job to hold on to the point here, but they're losing a lot of players in consequence.
And is a result of this Punisher as well, getting so much tank damage coming through, really assisting in making sure that the front line is being completely stripped of their power here. And the divers helping that avenue as well and making sure that the tanks are getting healed as much by pressuring the healers. Very nice stuff, being a cohesive unit, trading for the time being, and it's just been such a smooth map so far, with the performance being trying to get this pick onto the Venom. Nice push back, but still such a sticky tank to get rid of. A lot of tools to use to survive that type of situation there, so great job in getting that pick. Cap, nice animation cancelling, I see you there. Great job at getting a lot of damage through. Trying to be nice and aggressive onto this choke point. Don't forget, I have BkWhatOCE is available if need be. This hook has been so good, but Venom is so sticky and has escaped a lot of the situations. There we go, has been eliminated.
Eliminated, and maybe more where that came from. There it is. I have Agamotto comes out now. Tashi, good to find a kill on the Flowent there. Maybe could find more around the corner as well. Rocket does have an ultimate that they can rely upon too here. There it goes, activating that one nice and quick there. Really good to see the ults come out, and maybe more to follow. You know, we could see the spin come through from Spider-Man. There's a lot on the cards here, but no one gonna lock it in just yet. Ooh, could go again too, Racquetz. Just Old City right now.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a Marvel Rivals attribute, very ultimate reliant in that avenue. Think of something. Oh, that is a very good pick there from the Hawkeye. Not exactly the best matchup in the world for trying to deal with the dive, but gets the job done there in the end of some nice shots. Can we see any resets here? No, gets immediately shut down. Been doing a very good job of peeling back to make sure that those resets are there. We've seen so many play of the games, MVP performances from these previously Winter Soldiers that we've had so far. But a lot of these teams have been adapting, been peeling very, very well to make sure that does not get as much value. Spider-Man's now in the flank of the backline, looking for the one-shot onto Rocket. Rocket's doing such a good job at peeling through, but is eliminated there in the end.
Slam dunk on that one. And speaking of, it's time to assemble. Novia's all over the point on this one, just bouncing around on it, trying to keep the point alive. Taking a lot of damage, but they will be able to fall back to safety for the second. UTS, though, use this chance, pushing up the point closer and closer to the edge here. Just look at that, only a slither of pacing needed to get it over the line. And the pressure is on Macquarie to keep them at bay for another minute here. There we go, Hunter's Vision enabled though. Tashi trying to get a kill through here. Really holding on to it valiantly. And there's the Luna ult. That's exactly what they need to keep this one alive for UTS. Ayabagamotto though. Tashi gets the kill. Dinosaur Pillows back with the rocket. And my gosh, Captain America just in that backline, just deep in it. Like they're digging a hole here. They dig into the backline and they manage to rip apart the enemies with one or more potential push on the way. Seconds remain here, Racquet. It's all or nothing.
Yeah, it's crazy, eh? Such a great performance there, causing a lot of pressure. Now they'll be pushing forward, trying to really put a massive amount of pressure for this potential final fight for this map. Punisher trying to get as much damage as possible. Shotgun's going to get a massive amount of value here. The Venom dive is going to be incredibly pivotal in conjunction with working with the Spider-Man here, getting the burst done, but still the picks are there from the Macquarie University team. Assemble, says Captain America, is doing a fantastic job in conjunction with the squad. Hawkeye's hitting a lot of the shots too, and they get the job done there in the end. And a bit of a turnaround there. That seems to be like the comp that they were comfortable with running, really changing through the momentum at the end of the day. And once all the pieces clicked, then they just stuck on to it. Great to see there indeed.
Yeah, absolutely great to see there, and they will be able to progress past the first half of this second map now. Very curious to see if there is going to be some further adaptation coming through from UTS here, or whether Macquarie will be able to lock them in or lock them out of this one, as they've got a lot of distance to cover here. I think Macquarie, they struggled in that first one on the defense, but they did manage to pull it off. You know, they've managed to play pretty successfully there, but still, the pressure is on them to try and deliver some similar kind of pacing into this one, and it's really going to test them. I like how UTS has changed their comp up here as well, Racquet, and I'm curious how the Penny will play into this.
Yeah, for sure. And he did get full buffs coming through there. Now, this map is something that she can really shine in, and with this type of composition as well, ideally looking for the full hold on this first one. Does lose a little bit of momentum after the traps have been scattered out, and she does lose that initial fight, but they're just wanting to hold through on this first little bit here. Obviously, need to be careful though, because Macquarie University do have a lot of range on the side. The Hawkeye does have the potential of poking down a lot of the opposition there, so keep that in mind too, especially with the Captain America in the backline trying to disrupt and dislodge and force them to come through the main choke.
Yeah, could come through the main choke, and ready to see if they can manage to push on in now. But Jason, good to find a bit of presence around the bends there. Trying to dive in on to Frosty Boy and Co. The kills will work out for UTS here. They're doing a good job on defense so far. They're not able to push it over that choke point just yet. Tashi finding a lot of presence as well. Does take down Jason. Good support from their teammate there. Can use this. Oh, there we go. Hunter's Vision available as well if they need it. Not going to utilize it as yet, however.
Is available if need be though, but still doing a great job regardless. Now poking around the side here, the squad is pushing forward to give the amount of space required to will really get a bunch of damage through. Obviously, you have the Punisher as well, who's supplying a lot of the damage on the front line. Nice little smoke screen, can obviously still see through that as well. The opposing Punisher will be using theirs to try and chunk through as well to grant that amount of space for the dive to come through. In the end, there's so much damage coming through there, but at the end of the day, there is a little bit of terrain to navigate as well. So you need to keep that in mind, obviously. Once Punisher screams, a lot of the team will be dispersing into the shadows to avoid as much damage as possible. They give something that helps in the situation where a lot of damage is coming out. The Lunar Ultimate is there as well to save face.
Holy moly. Punishment coming through on all cylinders here. Luckily, just a tune I had there, a little passive up there. Bring back Tashi. Try and find their enemy, but it's a rough gig at the moment, isn't it, Racquetz, if you're on the Macquarie side. Tashi locking in a lot of damage, though. I like what they're doing here, you know, bringing out the burst arrows there, trying to whittle down those shields, but it's just hard for them to lock in a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure. A little bit of a difficult task. Thinking of a task that's difficult, defending up against this Hela in the sky, difficult to dislodge her, but they did end up surviving the onslaught up in the sky. Dive will end up assisting and creating the pressure needed to try and make the space a little bit more apparent. Another Punisher roll. We've been seeing a lot of them throughout this series. Eliminated immediately, though. The target prioritization has been fantastic in that regard, negating a lot of the incoming power. The tanks will be happy with that one as well. 60 seconds left on the clock as well. Don't forget that one. A lot of the penny mines have been getting some bursts through. A little bit difficult to get back onto the point once they do end up losing a few of these fights, but still doing a fair amount of damage. This high ground is going to be so important as well. Capturing that, the rocket is so well placed there, getting a massive amount of healing done too, but the ultimates are being used here. Nice alley-oop once again.
Alley-oop, they get it in for the scoop and ready to see how they swoop in. We have the Eye of Agamotto available now. Helix could be able to activate it, but with the lack of teammates, could be a bit of a problem. But speaking of, there it is. Spidey gets caught in it, but nobody catches Spidey actually. Oh, there we go. Just took a little bit longer, but they're taken out eventually. I'm glad to see the adaptation, I suppose, towards the end here from Tashi. You know, they're playing into the Spider-Man instead of the Hawkeye there. Because, I don't know, Racquetz, I felt like Hawkeye, it can work if you're given a lot of freedom, right? But if you're targeted as often as Tashi was, then you got to make a switch.
Yeah,
or your teammates have to play around you.
It's, yeah, definitely difficult to play to that standard up against a dive comp as the Hawkeye. A lot of pressure on you. You don't really have a lot of room to work with. Obviously, you can have a pop-off performance. You can get those shots if needed, but you're going to have a massive amount of pressure up against you, and you don't quite have the time because dive is such a quick execution with the composition as well. But in saying that, you know, these comps have been switching a lot of the time throughout this map, so it is expected to have that level of adaptation as well. The Spider-Man ultimate in the backline, that is a massive amount. Nice job from the Cloak and Dagger, however, on maneuvering around that, using the invulnerability, being evasive around and dodging that damage. Well done with the timing.
Yeah, good timing there and good presence. There's a spider spin again. They're going to be able to swoop into it. Tashi, some great work. That. And you're going to see more of what's to come with the spectacular spin. But speaking of, it's time to assemble. Captain America diving in to the back line there. They do not give a damn. My gosh. They're just confident.
Yeah, very, very confident in their ability right there. You have the turret placed at the back. This needs to be eliminated, getting a fair chunk of damage. Really doing a massive amount of pressure there. Getting the pick on the Frosty immediately. That was a massive pick because the ult was procced there too. And a nice shot from Hela to eliminate the Punisher, who had their ultimate used there. Amount of fantastic timing with these eliminations has just been phenomenal. And the clutch, especially on these final seconds of the map, approaching the 30-second point on the mark as well. Just a very, very good job with the target selection and communication between these teammates to make sure that there wasn't value coming out of those ultimates.
Here we go, portal coming up, Bracken. This is the time. The time to stay alive. Prime yourself up. Oh, Tashi focused by Jason immediately. Oh, that's great. But here comes the Punisher. Oh, the damage is superb, Racquet. They are just knocking them down and not being dealt with at all. This is a problem. And here comes the Eye of Agamotto. Good to catch them, but no one's there to do much damage. Dinosaur Pillow gets caught eventually, though, so at least somebody goes down. But there's still so much work left to be done here.
It's really a massive, big slugfest on the point. Keller will have a good view. We'll be trying to take out at least one. And nice shots there mid-air. Very nice accuracy. Unfortunately, the tree does block up a little bit of the line of sight, but still ended up getting some value there as well. We approach the final sections of the map, and it has been secured. Very, very massive clutch factor there, putting the nail in the coffin and getting that map done.
Wow. Just like that, Racquet, we're on to a map at 3 here. Cannot believe what we're seeing this evening. Both teams 1-1. And they are having an absolute ripper of a time. Holy moly. Can you believe it? I can't.
Yeah.
But what I can believe is that map 3 is going to deliver. I think we've got games lined up for that kind of gameplay pretty much all through the evening. And I just don't know what to expect, you know? It's like we don't see map 3 that often, but now here it is. It's time, Racquet.
It is time. Yeah, keen to get into the map 3. I mean, considering we saw a massive amount of different picks throughout the series as well, and I think the map 3 is going to be, you know, the most influential map in kind of what the previous ones have kind of set the tone throughout the series. I mean, it kind of does beg the question is, okay, what are really the massive threats we need to get off the board immediately? Are there going to be particular target bands that are going to be coming out and sort of last one of the series being like, hey, okay, this cannot go through under any particular circumstances? And if you're a player who particularly formed very well, you take that as a compliment. But at the same time, that does get rid of a character out of the wheelhouse for these compositions as well. So that's something to take notice of as well. The pick and ban phase will be massively influential coming into the third map here. And this is when the clutch factor definitely does come out as well, right? We have seen, you know, the map 3 has come out. You know, we've seen it before. It's not going to be the most common thing in the world, but this is the thing. You're not obviously going to experience it all the time, which means that that lack of experience, it can put you in a little bit of troubled waters because you don't have that experience. What kind of happens now, right? You start to ask these questions. You're like, okay, process mounting a little bit more. Some players are fine with it. They're like, okay, this is like every single other match. This is fine. And then others are like, okay, this is the real deal now. This is like do or die. What do we do here? So it will really be sent through to both of these teams that question, the letter, if you will, and who will respond with a massive signature at the bottom saying champ for this match. I guess we'll find that one out quite soon. But yeah, keen to get into it, mate, because yeah, obviously quite an entertaining series so far.
Yeah, I think you better get that pen ready, Racquet. You know, see the signatory. I'm very keen to see that come through, and you know, maybe heading into the future, we could have player autographs come through. Maybe we'll even get yours, mate. You know,
maybe
sign from Racquet.
My handwriting is that bad, Matt. See that my signature almost looks different every single time I do it.
Well, you and me both, mate.
Could maybe mean I'm a doctor, because that's what they say about messy handwriting, right? So you know, we take the positive things at the end of the life, folks.
Mine looks like Mr. Squiggle wrote it, so you know that's a whole different story. Oh, we love it. But speaking of what we love, Racquet, we love to see map 3, whatever it is going to be. I'm keen to see all the proper work come through from our teams here, all the great things that they are going to be able to deliver to us. You know, I'm keen to see whether it's Macquarie that takes it away, whether it's UTS, because both of them have blessed us with a map victory each, which brings us to this place that we are now in this little limbo. You know, we're in purgatory, waiting to see what could be at the end of the tunnel. Could it be that we dive into the light, dive into the darkness, dive into both? It's all up for potential upcoming plays here. And I'm really interested to see, based on these first 2 maps, I suppose, how the teams are going to adapt into this last pick and ban phase, right? Because they want to try and adapt around each other's picks. And you could see to an extent that Macquarie, they struggled with the cards that they were dealt into that last one. Like, we didn't see any thing too big from them. They tried to really bring out the big guns, but they struggled to really find their groove there. And I think that presence or lack thereof was felt, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was quite unique towards the end of the map there because, I mean, in that specific point as well, we have seen a few teams sort of struggle in that initial phase at the beginning of the Spider Islands, where a lot of teams just kind of elect to either run this hyper aggressive composition, wanting to contest that first choke, or if they have the grid available, they just play that very defensive standard sort of composition, working around that as well. Or the penny, of course, which we did see that flavor for the series itself as well. So you have plenty of options there coming into it. I mean, these teams are very sort of comfortable with also challenging each other because we did see a few mirror situations. Obviously, the Punisher was something that both of these teams ended up going up against each other in that regard as well. So that is something that both of these squads can whip out if need be, really trying to help out, especially the front line in making sure that the others are a little bit more cautious when diving through to the back. Shotgun can provide a massive amount of utility. Captain America immediately banned out, saw that as a threat, was a bit of a backline nuisance, and that would be taken away immediately. Loki has been a staple ban throughout the series, a lot of series in general. And look at that. The Psylocke will be saved. If it's anything like the previous series, Matsi could be quite a pivotal pick in general as well. Quite the power play indeed. Namor save too. So a bit of anti-dive there to try and assist with dealing with the Psylocke as well.
Yeah, going to be taking that one on to the table here. Interested to see the next pick that's going to be locked in as well. We have no Hela, no Loki, no Hulk, and no Captain America, but we do have a Lunar Snow.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, Lunar Snow has been banned quite often as well. Good thing to note as well with the Namor being saved, the Hulk in response with the ban trying to decline that incoming team up. The Venom is gone as well. Venom can really be annoying. I think definitely the support players would have had a thought in that ban incoming as well. And now we both get to see the flavors of these teams, the suits that they will wear to their victory or demise, Scarlet Witch being the final ban, of course, as well. And look at this. The thing.
Tashi's locked in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Locked in indeed.
It's time to bring the big guns out, mate.
Exactly, literally. It has been an absolute monster on that particular pick as well.
Like all night. I'm really surprised, you know, at the lack of presence of Star-Lord. Like, it just hasn't been a thing. We've seen Tashi play so well on it in previous weeks, so it's just, yeah, I'm just surprised that it's coming out now rather than earlier in the piece, right? Maybe they're experimenting though with their compositions. Like, I don't know. If we talk to them, I'm really curious about that as well. But I'm curious about a lot of things with UTS also, you know, playing into their pick ban phase. So I'd be keen to hear from both of these teams if I could, but obviously we can only hear from one.
The winner.
And yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
the winner gets the dinner.
The winner gets the dinner. That is true. That is true. It's always good to see the insights from the players, gives us some perspective from a lot of these matches as well. One thing to note as well, Star-Lord not accompanied by the triple support, Mantis and the Adam Warlock, sometimes accompanied to get that full team-up combo there too. Things will be clashing fists as if it's sort of like an anime fight. Initially, just breaking the universe around them with the thuds, but still there needs to be members to fall around, of course, as well. That's only the front line. DPS will be doing some work there too.
Certainly putting the work in, and the turret comes out now. Punisher ready to dish out a bit of damage here. Hold on for dear life already to try and resolve the strife. The Thing takes out the Thing. Technovius is down. A good invulnerability bubble coming out from the Namor here, but Nascenly can only last so long, can't they? Speaking of lasting so long, Magneto almost taken out. Jason goes down. Good to try and apply further pressure onto the point here, utilizing the zip line as well. Dinosaur Pillow really wants to get back into the fray here. Being old, it's clobbering time. This is what you need. Damage coming through, but they aren't able to get the kill out of it just yet. Trying their best to rip up the line here. See if they can find Divine Justice. And Tashi does capture it. They do have a Legendary available as well, trying to lock in on at least one of the players, but the Lunar Ultimate basically nullifies all of their impact.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely those support ultimates are going to be incredibly important for these upcoming matches soon in the backline. Speaking of value, massive amount of damage coming through there too, accumulating a bunch of ultimate charge. Clobbering time is a reliable form of CC, especially on this map where a lot of the teams will tend to go through that main kind of choke there, and if the point is obviously contested, it can be a nice little disruption as well. It would be obviously optimal for it to not hit a support ult and get the follow-up afterwards as well, but it can be used to bait that out if need be as well. Psylocke for a flank behind two. Space to be given, immediately gets the pick there.
Immediately gets the pick there, and releases their flare. The battle of the DPS. Tashi trying to catch somebody, but they are going to be hunted down. All hands on deck. It's time to hunt down Tashi. They will find the health little point there, so good that they can bring themselves back for that, but still more yet to be done here. Speaking of, it's time to put the turret down again. Dish out tons of damage.
Clobbering time as well, getting the crowd control immediately afterwards. And then another one will be followed up. A bunch of crowd control in general within the more ult straight up on top as well. Support ult will be helping and peeling for the backline here. Will force Psylocke to go a little bit backwards and retreat for the time being. Magneto not getting the one shot as well, so we'll have to kind of rethink things for the time being. Supports are planted up in the back, getting a massive amount of damage to make sure that Soon is alive for this whole engage as well, and is just moving forward continuously in conjunction with the squad. Is just absolutely invincible for the time being, and of course they are making sure to really snowball that as well, moving forward and getting the picks afterwards too, with only 20 seconds on the clock as well. The pressure is mounting.
Pressure is mounting, and the kills mounting with it. We'll see what else is going to be on its way through now. Punisher does have that final judgment available here. Let's see. It's time for Magneto to bring out a bit of power as well. Frosty Boy finds the opening there. Good for the Eternal Bond. That might be able to do a bit more, but Flow Enter with the rocket pad there does bring back Dinosaur Pillow. Soon trying to hunt down those supports as well. Tashi locking in with Nascenly now. This is what you want. Legendary doing some legendary damage. Goodbye to the thing. And goodbye to more. Milk gets caught in the back line as well. A quad kill in total from Tashi. This is the presence they need in this match, and they find it at a critical moment.
Yeah, very, very critical indeed. The clutch factor is out. Very nice job using a lot of the resources there, but obviously they had to in order to contest. Obviously past the first section, trying to escape there. The Star-Lord narrowly ends up making it through there in the end. Let's see how it ends up working through onto the second point as well, because obviously this went through on the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, went through on the skin of their teeth there, and to see what else they are going to be able to unsheath here. Will it be more damage, more presence onto the point? Will it be nothing? It's all going to be tested. Then the more ult comes out. Do manage to avoid it. Magneto also available here. And just nice damage, just raining through. Look at that. Kaibe just locked in to whoever has the low HP there. Try and execute them. Meteors are going absolutely crazy right now. And I reckon we're going to see more where that came from.
Yeah, definitely potential there. Now the Punisher is set up in a very aggressive position here. Magneto can obviously set this up to really make sure that the Punisher does go unscathed here with the shields, both shields at that as well. And look for a flank here. Star-Lord does have an opportunity to try and get some value here. It's globbering time. That's a massive knock-up, but has to retreat for the time being. First did end up coming through there in the end to make sure that he did get poked out immediately over.
Here we go. Straight onto it again. Meteor's doing damage, but there's clobbering time. Tashi's down. Technovius falls as well. Jason on for 3 more to follow soon. Steals away the 4th there. Might be able to find a 5th though, but Jason falls back at a good time there. Still, good stuff from UTS, holding on for dear life here. Macquarie struggling.
Yeah. And it is a little bit difficult, obviously, now approaching the 15-second mark, trying to escape the turret. Does have the ultimate if need be as well, the Punisher in pole position to get a massive amount of damage because they will all be going onto the point. This is where they want to be if you are a fan of the UTS squad. A massive amount of value incoming here, being very proactive with the ultimates incoming too. Right on to the point. The slam dunk is done. Magneto getting the pick onto the Punisher. Nice shot there.
Yeah, nice shot there. And sure, that's not the end of it. It's time to go legendary here. See if they can get anything out of it, but it's not going to happen. The Luna ultimate completely cuts them off there. Dance to the Butterfly comes out from Jason as well. Good to catch one there on Nassenly, but they still have Tashi available. Still able to make an impact here, do a bit of damage. OT timer though. Everyone has to stay on that point. All hands on deck all the way through to the 2nd point. This is such a tough journey ahead of them. Even one moment off the point could spell the end of this sector. They have to lock in non-stop.
Sure, it is a test of endurance for the time being. Star-Lord on the front line being shielded and facilitated by the Magneto as well. Ultimate is coming up on line 2. Will be a massive instrument of destruction if that is available there. The blind does come out and does force the burst. The front line has been absolutely obliterated. The Star-Lord now finds the space, facilitated of course with the healing as well, which does force UTS to back off for the time being, and it does make sure that Macquarie University have more room to leverage themselves here.
Yeah, make sure they've got more room to just leverage themselves and make sure they've got more room to push on into this one. Nassenly, good to keep up the pressure here. Speaking of soon, pressing deep in, trying to take out the supports, the DPS here, try and find some way forward. Magneto, ultimate available, and they lock it down. Just a tuna is out of here, slam dunk. They will find more out of it as well. Look at the kills flowing through. Dinosaur Pillow onto the Iron Fist as well. Nice change up, but we'll see if they can manage to deliver even more. And that will be all. UTS, great hold there. Macquarie falls short just on the edge. And now we switch sides.
Yep. We got there in the end. It was quite the push, and a lot of space was given waiting for those ultimates to run out, but the patience is the reward, the main reason as to why they were able to get through in the end and hold through successfully. So good job on that. Could have easily spelled disaster running straight into the Punisher and the Star-Lord ultimates there. They were very patient in how to deal with those in particular. So yeah, both of these teams end up mixing it up. Of course, swapping the sides here, the dynamic will be changed if the compositions will be a lot different, or if we're going to be seeing more of the same here. Or a university happy to go with a similar kind of composition that they have been running before, trying to really utilize the Star-Lord too, but the triple support has come out here as well.
It has come out, and we'll see what's going to come of this. I like how Flowent's just warming themselves up in spawn, you know, they're just drifting. Yeah.
Wants to go outside.
Hmm?
Wants to go outside, you know? You know when you have a pet,
yeah,
and then it's inside and you just want to
go
let
outside.
it out? The portal will be procced though. This is something to really take into consideration for this game. Be looking for the flank, be looking for an opportunity to get on there cleanly as well. A very common strategy to get through to this very difficult first point here.
Here we have it. Turret coming in, trying to lock them out of the first point. It's like an absolute swarm on this one. The turret will go down. A shield coming up. Good to play up into the high grounds here. Soon, trying to apply further pressure here. The Fist of Fury lock it down. Magneto almost going down, but the heals good on for it. But not good enough quite yet. Getting close. Jason almost down to Nassenly there. I love how they're just prodding each other down here. You know, they're really getting up close and personal healing. Struggling to keep this one afloat. And UTS already pressing it towards halfway on the first point here. We could be directly into the payload phase before we know it.
And let's see if this continues to move forward with the momentum here. Nice cleanup crew. Psylocke always a difficult character to deal with if you do have the facilitative damage coming through in the end to make sure that she can end up getting the value in the backline. Now they will be pushing forward in a very, very quick manner as well. So still nearly the 5 minutes left on the clock here and managing to push forward as well. Getting rid of the high ground control and the butterfly used immediately. Look at that. Very, very confident in their ability. Does end up getting traded back though, but still ending up putting the pressure here and does give the rest of the team some room to move forward. And now the Doctor Strange using the ultimate offensively too. They really, really want to get as much yardage as possible right now, and they are not giving any room to breathe whatsoever.
Not giving in. Dinosaur Pillow getting all the shots through towards Technovius. They won't be able to lock in the execution. UTS, they have 4 minutes to try and push it towards the next point here. 4 minutes is so much time. It's pretty much all the time in the world. Quarry, though, they have almost a full deck of ultimates here. And they really need to stop this point sooner rather than later. Speaking of, Ludus no ult comes out here. Macquarie, their effort's going to be nullified from Legendary there. Meteor, oh, it's massive! Triple down from Helix. Tashi jumping in on that as well. That is the team wipe almost coming through there. Exactly what they needed at this point in the game.
Truly being the arch villain in that situation there. Nice combo as well with the damage boost, of course, as well. Efficient use of those particular resources. And that will obviously be a tool that you can utilize up against those support ultimates with the amount of burst that's incoming as well. So nice use of that, but still there needs to be more left in the bank for these upcoming fights as they're quite close to securing the full objective there.
Judge. Fury Executioner. And they will be taking out Nassenly immediately. Tashi following up quite quickly as well. This is looking great for UTS right now. Just locking in kill after kill here. Climbing up that hill. Doing a little push back. Dinosaur Pillow trying to keep up the pressure. But they don't even need to worry because that's going to be that. UTS bless our screens with the GG onto a victory.
There we go. That is the GG at the end of the day, and a very, very quick sort of end there for the final bit, showing the dominance off by a very close series whatsoever for both of these squads. Very entertaining as well. Obviously, fantastic job from both of these squads, and being durable towards the end. We don't get to witness it to be for the third game every single time, and both of these squads were up to that task. So great job.
Absolutely. Really great job, and keen to see more of what's to follow. You know, I think there's going to be definitely some high stakes capabilities from the rest of our matches today as well, and super duper excited for what's on the horizon here, Bracket. But we'll find out once we get back from this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. Matzy and Racquetz coming to you live straight after an amazing second series there, Racket. And I just can't believe what we just witnessed. Just so back and forth.
Yeah, it was intense between both of those squads and was really entertaining. And yeah, going to get into the interview very, very soon.
Yeah, I reckon we will. Right now. Welcome in soon.
How's it going? Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming, mate. It's going great. And even better now that we've got you here, we can hear all the good information straight from the source. And I suppose, how are you feeling with the patch bringing so much strength towards the Hulk now?
Yeah, we were surprised about the Hulk at the first game, if you saw. But after we knew that they're relying on the Hulk too much, we thought we should ban him real quickly because we didn't get any time to use the same meta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and with those type of picks as well, once you do get the ban, it kind of, because of the team ups as well, makes it a little bit more different too with the Namor and stuff like that, with that different dynamic too. In regards to the map itself, with the final one coming through, there was a little bit of a dimension shift. Something kind of clicked. What kind of changed for you guys to all of a sudden have like a third gear that activated there?
Well, I think we got used to the gameplay, and especially with their characters, they didn't change a lot of the comp from the first game. So we're just banding the best characters, and yeah, we got used to it, and that's it.
Yeah, no, that's great to hear. And I suppose expanding on that a bit, how do you feel with the more expanded pick and ban system now?
Oh yeah, we needed more bans, to be honest, especially with the new character. We didn't use the new character, but the new team ups were overwhelming, to be honest. So it was a great add up, to be honest. And yeah.
And with that sort of coming into play there as well, how do you kind of formulate these bans comparatively to like the first match coming into the last one? So you have preparation beforehand, I assume, right? And then going throughout the series, you're like, okay, this might be a particular problem. Do you guys have like a discussion about that in game and be like, okay, we might have to revisit some of the bans here and then get rid of this power pick that's been performing very well in the series?
Yes, true. We think that the Hulk team up is very powerful, though. So we try to learn the character and also the Scarlet Witch one, but we just didn't have enough time. The batch only came up like a week ago almost, so we needed to stay up with what we are comfortable with the last comp we used, and it still works even in this patch. So we're just trying to learn the new characters and staying where we are best, I guess.
That's great to hear. And yeah, good to get some insight from you. So I suppose soon, big congratulations to you and your team for taking away the W there. You guys played super duper well. And yeah, keen to see what you guys can do for the rest of the season. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always great to get some insight from our players, as always, their Racket, and I'm sure we'll be keen to get more to follow. But speaking of what's to follow, it's our sponsors. So, first and foremost, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But don't forget about them. It's Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie meat goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to both of our wonderful sponsors there, as always. And speaking of what's to come, it's the big one.
Yes, that is the match that is coming up next. And it will be an exciting one for you folks as well. And it'll be an exciting one for us too. I mean, we've already had different types of matches throughout the night that have gone the distance, which is, a testament indeed. So this, very well is one on the radar for sure to see how we can see that real dominance coming in potentially as well. And was an entertaining game to watch from both of the squads last time we did see them as well. So yeah, we have had obviously the privilege to see them come through too, Matsy. And yeah, won't be too long to when we get to see these particular players in action.
That's right. So, Monash, you know him. It's WotOCE, Genzo, Six, Joji, Denzil, and Jaded. UNSW, Muffin, Rez, Frost, Nova, Runkler Bonting, and Lick. So very eager to see how all these players play this one out, you know, with the extended picks and bans, I suppose. Curious to see how Monash adapt around it because we've seen in the past they have a very in-depth player pool, or hero pool rather. And, you know, they've been able to adapt to players trying to target ban them in the past, but with an extended ban list, you know, that could be a bit more difficult for them to play into. But I mean, in saying that though, considering how adaptable they are, they may just use that to further target ban the opposing teams and essentially bully them in the pick ban phase. So I'm very curious to see what is going to eventuate from that. Yeah, it's really going to be interesting. I think this one's definitely one to keep your eye on, Racquet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and talking to the players as well, we've kind of discovered over time too how important this ban phase is and how important it is coming into the second match as well, right? So the first one, obviously, it's a little bit of a scouting experiment looking at the previous matches and obviously the information you know on these players already. But sometimes you do have that one particular player that just pops off in that first game and you're like, okay, we can't deal with this anymore. We need to get it out of the way, which does add a different dynamic in the series. Of course, we have more bans on the table, and that is even more apparent here. But already one ban and one save has been initiated from both of these squads. The Hella has been banned out, the group banned out, saved both the Bucky and the Rocket Raccoon.
They're going to be banned out there as well. You can see WotOCE hovering that one, so that's going to change the dynamic a bit. Iron Fist's going to be banned out. Perhaps more of a target ban against UNSW in this regard, and curious to see what they can lock in here as well. Because I know that the Winter Soldier lock-in is going to be for Joji. We've seen them really perform on that one over the past few weeks. So curious to see what the next pick will be, if it's anything. There we go, Magneto. So that's going to secure Genzo, because they're hovering both those characters there. And then the next pick on it towards UNSW now.
Ends up being will pretty much assist in giving the composition a little bit more of an identity. Rocket Raccoon can be played in a lot of these different compositions, so it doesn't really tell you too much. There we go. Wolverine is saved here. So there we go. Definitely looking to put a lot of the pressure here on the front line, and they probably want to be playing into it as well with a little bit of a pocket. We've seen the Magneto with a decent chunk of Wolverines now being a kind of primary win condition, and we have Hulk and the low-key banned out. So those have been very common bans throughout a lot of these games too. So those will be out of the pool immediately. But yes, we will be receiving the Frost Wolverine here. Definitely a team comp to be built around for this tank shred maneuverability. But in saying that, is a little bit of a one-tone hero, so we'll be pretty telegraphed of what they're going to be trying to achieve here. But we'll see how that ends up turning out, as Winter Soldier is fantastic at peeling up against the Wolverine if he does end up making a misstep as well.
Yeah. Well, it depends how the teams are going to play this one out, doesn't it? But very eager to see how they are going to be able to maneuver this one with a Frost Marine, or even perhaps more, as they hold back for a second here. And gonna hold on right into tomorrow. Wait and see what's to come of this one. Today's the day they make this one theirs, and I'm eager to see just how they do it. 5 seconds to burst out the gates here. Both teams locked and loaded. Will the Frost Marine be enough to save UNSW? Will Monash wreak havoc? It's time to find out as we dive straight into the first clash.
Diving in literally as well. Such an aggressive comp here. The Venom will be the one to kick things off ideally for that squad. But I'm saying that Captain America has something to say about that. as well, being accompanied by 2 melee characters, one focused on the back, one focused on the front, and already there is a pick to be had. The Magneto doing some great job getting some amplification damage there to make sure that the execution is there too. Trying to peel for the backline here. Raccoon does have a great degree of maneuverability, does end up getting bursted down though. Nice target polarization.
Yeah, big burst through there. Really great to see the potential from Runkler. And it goes to show why they locked that one into the pick ban phase there. A lot of confidence to that character, and it's really helping their team out for the moment. You know, they've managed to gain that early presence onto the point, and now they can look to try and kick goals here. But we'll see how Monash adapt around to this one now. They hold back for a second. Doji gonna go down as well. Good shield coming up. Magneto trying to hold the front line for their team, but they're being focused now. No one there to help them. They need a heal immediately. We'll be able to fall back to safety. So Monash now trying to isolate these picks in the back halls. Oh, Panther is down. That tracking was superb. And they might find another one. There it is. Joji, good for it. They are focused up, and they are shutting them down layer by layer. But Rez was good to find Joji there.
Yeah, and the fight will now be continuing on to the point here. The team is lighting up in joy after that one, as they did not have to invest a single ultimate for it as well. So great job in that regard. You still have plenty of picks to be seen on the board there. Both of these squads at that, but still. And I'm in quite a cheeky spot, has the opportunity to get a massive knock-up if need be. Does have the ultimate available, can combo that with the Rocket Raccoon to get the damage boost off as well.
And here it is. The amplifier comes through. Could see the Magneto ultimate around the corner as well here. Venom ult as well. Good for it. Still gonna hold back here, Wolverine, but there's the Luna ult, keeping them alive a bit longer, trading it out. It's both Lunas online here, holding a concert in these halls.
Certainly lighting up the kill feed for the time being in blue. They are getting the picks necessary here. Great job at the back, and the divers are doing their job here. Very difficult to peel up against, even if you are on the ball. It's such a cutthroat composition to go up against. And if you're on a roll when you are playing dive, it can spell absolute disaster. Getting so many fights in the bank because of your superior mobility as well. And saying that, both of these teams are high degree of mobility, especially on this map with the high ground as well. Oh, nearly getting the one shot onto the Psylocke there, narrowly escaping. No, does end up getting picked as well. Very, very difficult to deal with that situation there.
Armed and Dangerous comes out. Immediate execution of Lick. Rez, it's a bloodbath right now. Oh, 6 just makes it look so easy, but Frost brings it straight back. Tripling down with Muffin there. This is exactly the response that you needed. UNSW, they managed to swiftly swing the momentum back in their favor. Monash were on 99, but UNSW pull the fine line there, and they get it to 60, and they're beyond.
So close there as well. Frost getting the clutch factor out indeed. In saying that, a lot of ultimates are available here to be used here to try to get back onto the point here. Spider-Man will be the first there, and will be using their ultimate to get the crowd control and damage through as well, in conjunction with the damage boost available. Try and snowball this lead, starting into the backline.
Ooh, and it's time to assemble the troops on to the point here. 6 whoosh. Doubling down, traded back, then Zeal's down. A good kill onto the rocket. They're strange out of the picture, though. This is what you need, Monash. Percent is tied up, but Monash find it at the last possible moment. They always find these critical timings, Racket.
Yep.
They toe the line and find the first point. They know how to play the game, and they play it well. Throne room now. It's a proving ground. Who will be able to find this next one? Will we see Monash take away the map here. Will UNSW fight valiantly to bring it back again? It's all down to this.
It definitely is. See what happens, as Monash do have the ultimate advantage here, do have the opportunity to kick things off with the Winter Soldier, potentially getting the resets, and saying that Luna will have an answer for that pretty much immediately, right? So you can pretty much say the UNSW do have an ultimate available for this next fight incoming as well, just to heal away, and you will save the day, as they say. And now, quite close, obviously. Nearly 5 seconds left on the clock for both of these teams to engage onto each other. The spawn doors to open. Adrenaline coming through from both of these squads as well. Once again, still very mobile composition, so very aggressive takes for both of these sides coming through. You have quite the aggressive front line in conjunction with the tanks diving back, with the Winter Soldier playing anchor to assist with the supports in the back line.
Speaking of the back line, Joji, eyes on it, gets pulled into it. Ooh, that could have been dangerous. Nova almost unlocks it there. Speaking of unlocked, Genzo forced back quickly. The damage is through. They're trading, going armed and dangerous. 6 trying to shut them down there. Luna Snow's ult gonna keep them online a bit longer though. So definitely good timing on that one. But Monash trying to capitalize, get that point percentage. UNSW fight right back. They're on it, and it's theirs for now. Need to fight back with the Meteors. Muffin trying to push into it. Joji finds Nova.
Whoa.
More to follow. Rez is down. This is it. They're on a bit of a roller here, Racquetz, and they're strolling through to take the point back.
So many Spider-Mans are being instrumental in a lot of these games so far tonight, in an absolute power pick for a lot of these squads. In saying of it being a power pick, not many bans sort of coming through, right? It has been a character that we have seen a lot of action through, but probably a little bit more powerful of some of these bans coming out as well, being allowed to have this much space, in conjunction with the Venom team up as well, can certainly be a menace and an anxiety bringer if you are a support player, for sure. Now they're going to be scouting out for these fights. So this is the very good part of both the Venom and the Spider-Man. They have the opportunity to look forward for these fights and look forward for the cliff in front of you. Spider-Man gets a great pick at the start there. Very good foresight.
Yeah, great terrain kill coming through there. 6 now mopping up the rest of what's in front of them. Captain America trying to fall back, but they're pulled straight back into the mix. Lick is out of here. And they are just all locked in, Racquetz. UNSW struggling to find their form at the moment. They got early percentage, sure, but Monash, they are just on top of it right now.
On top of this terrain at that as well. Venom looking to launch things off. The knockup is on standby. Wolverine, nice scout out though. That was fantastic positioning to make sure that they can decline the Venom engage. That's one less knockup to worry about here. Does get the engage with the ultimate, but in saying that, support was used to negate the incoming damage there in the end, and there is a response immediately, and the kill feed lights itself up in blue.
And it lights itself up in blue. No signs of red. We saw a glimmer on the point, but that glimmer is dead. Armed and Dangerous available here. Portal time looking to be activated. This could be the last-ditch effort, the last hope for them as the strange portal comes in. Ults are ready. Magneto Meteor could be on as well. 6 locked into it. Jaded's down. That's less healing, and maybe not. Jaded's back. Rocket trying to stay alive as well. It's a tough effect, but Spider-Man ults on through. The kill comes in on Denzel, and more to follow, but Frost is still fighting, still killing. They want to stay in this one, Racquetz.
They do indeed, and they do end up responding back. UNSW do it in the end. They had to use a few ultimates in order to secure themselves there, but you know, they did it in a very, very secure fashion, trying to secure their moment to try and get back the point here on this control map for the time being. And saying that, they don't have an immediate one available for this next fight. I'll be looking for an immediate pick here to make sure that they can try and be proactive. Otherwise, it might be a little bit more difficult, as they only have one fight potentially here if they end up losing things out here.
Yeah, and it could be a one and done fight at that, so they really have to hold on to this one for dear life. They will be trying for it. Frost, Eye of Agamotto activated into the back line. It's massive damage, but they're not able to capitalize, and they actually get counter-attacked. Joji tears them off the map. Luna Snow brings the ult out now, trying to keep their teams alive, but oh, what a devastating blow. That's got to hurt, Racquet, and you can feel it. They're already losing players again and again here.
I know, it is very devastating indeed. Wolverine darting left and right, facilitating another ultimate here as well. Been so instrumental in a lot of the frontline damage that has been an absolute thorn in the side here, especially up against the likes of the Venom. A nice little adjustment there. Very, very good job. And that has been captured through. Finally, there is a winner on Control, and it was very intense. It was very intense indeed. An opportunity to come back there in the end, but as I said, very little room for error to secure that point to its fullest.
Great impact being made there, and we will see the effects as a result. Monash lock it in and find their mark. But speaking of mark, it's a time to look at the stats here. You can see lots of damage coming through. 6 just delivering onto this. 23k damage. Doing a lot of work with 60% accuracy as well. But the top accuracy in the lobby actually belongs to Lick there on the Captain America.
Yeah, the adamantium tracking shield can help you out. Oh, sorry, vibranium, not adamantium. There we go. You know, I got to get the metal material correct, Matsy. No, we can't be doing that. But yeah, I mean, hey, look, it is so much easier to be a support player, be a tank player when you have such a great defensive anchor on a Bucky player that's performing, right? It's really, really fantastic to see that, especially from what we've been seeing so far tonight. A lot more aggressive kind of comps coming in as well. When you do have anti-dive characters that are performing, and when you have a player that can reach that next level, it does make things a whole lot easier for the peel situation, because it's a massive responsibility to have. There's only so many resources you can send to peel before your front line, is pressured, because of obviously everyone shepherding to try and help themselves out at the back. So great allocation of resources, and they end up pulling through there in the end in quite the entertaining fashion.
Absolutely. Just keeping it flashy and making it work out with style. Definitely an impressive way to kick things off here, and keen to see what else is going to be on the horizon heading into the next map as well, because that's only the beginning. And I suppose the pacing of that first map, you know, we saw UNSW really put up a good fight, especially onto that first point, but then Monash, they delivered, and they delivered again into the second point there. So their adaptability, definitely something to look at. And, you know, Racquet, I was thinking, right? I was thinking about, like, Monash were playing super well in that one, but I was curious why Joji played into the Wolverine in the end there.
Yeah, it is a very good question.
To use their own pick against them.
Yeah, I mean, we have sort of seen that kind of as a theme tonight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like this kind of the mind game, the dynamic between being like, okay, you can play this pick, perhaps I can play it better. So yeah, teams being really confident in engaging with that. And it kind of, you know, especially if you do it at the start of the series, you introduce that different dynamic, and you're like, okay, well, this is something you all of a sudden have to take into consideration. And this might be something that all of a sudden you don't want to pick, because we can just do it better, right? So it's very good to initiate a kind of series, because you do have that additional factor to worry about as well. So that's why, I mean, a lot of these teams, they end up going in these mirror matches a lot of the time. Not full mirror matches. We have seen full mirror matches, but these stylistic kind of compositions that operate on a similar level. And once they feel each other out, once they determine who's better at it, that's when we start to see a different time of suit for a team to introduce. Okay, what do we change up here? Do we play a little bit more defensively? Do we ban out this kind of thing? And that's the beauty of being in this kind of format as well, the adaptability.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're able to play very just changeable, right? And the adaptability, it's exactly what I was talking about in the pregame to map 1 there, right? Because I was curious how teams would be able to respond to this new pick ban system. And I think I'm curious about every team in that in that aspect on how they're able to play into this. And it goes to show, like, no matter what you ban out, you have to have such a vast hero pool that no matter what gets banned, you're able to play something. And I think that Monash, you know, talk them up as we will. They're a team that can showcase that, and other teams are doing that pretty well as well. But Monash, I feel, merited by their current first place on the leaderboard, is doing that the best currently.
Yeah, yeah, and they're showcasing that within this series as well. So see if they can continue to hold the throne for the time being. And yeah, that definitely will be something to take into consideration. And especially looking into these games coming forward, Iron Fist, that has been saved because I believe that was a previous ban from the match before as well, Matsy. So that will be taken into the equation. Not everyone's an Iron Fist player, but when he is saved here, then you know there could be potential trouble. So I think that's the sort of beauty in saving Iron Fist as well, Matsy. He's not going to be a pick that everyone's going to play at the same time. So when one team does save it, you can pretty much safely say that there won't be that as many Iron Fist players. It's not like it's a Luna where everyone kind of plays the Luna as well. So I like that kind of value. The Thing also saved here too.
Yeah, well, we saw that one banned out in the last one, didn't we? So now having that one open to the table really brings a bit more potential here, right? Curious to see like what we can find out of that, because we've already seen the impact of some of our tank players in the last one, but having the Thing available now, it's going to be something really interesting to come to the table. But speaking of coming to the table, Fist being picked in is also another adaptability around the pick bans, right? Because Fist was banned last one, so definitely a target ban there, but now it's on the table again. And Rocket going to be back on the table as well now, so you can see they're really trying to just pick each other out right now. Just try and adapt around their playstyles and see what sticks. And Invisible Woman off the table, that's interesting too.
Yeah, for sure. They're going for a lot of these bans to really enable the Iron Fist here as well. A couple of those characters are very good at peeling away and sort of making Iron Fist's job a little bit more difficult, trying to navigate through the backline with the pushback from Invisible Woman and the crowd control that Hela can have as well. She's a little bit mobile too. So Wolverine is banned out here as well. So that will not be taken into consideration for this series. Obviously, Wolverine did have a pretty prominent impact on the previous game there. And the Mantis will be gone as well. Perhaps a target looking for the potential draft coming in here as well. But yes, the Iron Fist is indeed locked in here. Entertaining match coming up ahead. Both of these squads really showcasing their flexibility in different heroes now, and we will see how this ends up impacting the play from both of these squads. I'm really keen, because considering that the Iron Fist was banned out in the previous one, proves that it could be a potential problem, and now they will face it.
Yeah, gonna have to face it head on here, and Frost doesn't have the flexibility to play into Wolverine anymore either, so really gonna have to hard focus on playing into this Iron Fist here. And I think definitely that ban onto the Mantis as well, gonna be a target ban. We have seen Monash play into that sleep so well with the Mantis over the last few weeks, so definitely one to consider. You know, they want to take away pretty much everything they can from them to try and give themselves their best way forward. And we've seen a glimmer of that, right, from UNSW in the last one, but we'll see if it works out a little better heading into this one, considering now we got the Thing on the table and the comms have changed up here. But with that Psylocke Winter Soldier combo we've seen infamously from Six and Joji before, they really have a big task ahead of them, UNSW, to stop those DPS players from really delivering hell their way. And look, there it is. They get a little bit through. They manage to start off strong.
Yeah, sure. Definitely power picks in play here. And looking to push the cart, of course, the first little section of this map. A little bit difficult to navigate through tight quarters. This is where the thing gets so much value. Can potentially charge up the ultimate very, very quickly as well, considering how tight this particular spot is. Speaking of ultimates to charge up very quickly, and it is a Rocket Raccoon ult just proc through on the very first fight here, using the damage boost and the shielding to move forward and have their own fun time there. But there is a response from the opposition with the exact same ability.
Absolutely, and it's going to be the Dance of the Butterfly coming through there. Good to jump on a bit of damage, but not good for anything else. It's going to be just taken out from that one. A little unfortunate, but at least they have a chance. Push right back. Speaking of pushing right back, it's time for a meteor soon, perhaps. This time it could be on the way for Dance of the Butterfly too, but 6 falls through. Doesn't even need it. Frost is down. Lunar Snow Old comes out. They're going to keep themselves up a little longer. Meteor as well, trying to catch that Luna. Going to be able to get him, and there's another one. It's just Meteor City right now. Dance of the Butterfly comes through as well right now. They will be able to shut down Muffin. Ooh, this is a tough one, Racquetz. But they deliver kill after kill. Spill it over the top.
Yeah, a massive amount of damage, providing a lot of space as well. Ultimate getting a bunch of value there from the Psylocke too. Now pushing forward, this is exactly what you want to see with this composition as well, trying and attempting to get some staggers. Iron Fist really going through to the front line here, trying to put some pressure on the tanks. Obviously with those changes coming through, that is a little bit more of an option. And now trying to at least make a little bit of room for the squad to follow up behind as the ultimate does come out from the thing. The CC does come out as well, and there we go. The kill feed is finally lighting up in the red there, and that's a very quick execution of getting the members down from UNSW.
Yeah, relegating them down one after the other here. Armed and Dangerous up and available as well. Might be able to lock in something there, but they don't even need to activate it. WotOCE good to just clobber their way through their enemies. One after the other here. Support from their teammates as well. Good little immobilization for a second there. Frost going down as well, but still more on the way here. Let's see what is going to be able to be brought out from UNSW now, because Monash have sped their way through the first couple points. Now it's time to lock in for this third one. UNSW, it's time. But Dance of the Butterfly, it's time for that as well. But no one's in it.
Yeah, outside of the radius there. And speaking of a radius, that's important to stay on the opposite side, inside. Lunar ults were proc through on both of those squads that aren't available. So both DPSs are going to be quite happy with that. Potentially we're going to be seeing some Iron Fist value here. Frost with the potential room to finally get some value out of the ultimate, as there is no defensive capabilities. And Splubbering Time is used. A bunch of crowd control to try and initiate a setup here. And the Winter Soldier will be used immediately after here. The resets and My Shot coming in afterwards as well. And he's doing a fantastic job at initiating the cleanup crew. We've seen this before. We've seen it again. We'll probably see it again in the future. And that is a very good job of getting a clean fight under your belt.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one from Joji. Oh, that hook! Massive! Good adaptation from Muffin. Straight into the ultimate there to try and stop them. But still, it's a tough one. Into the real firepower as well. WotOCE charging ahead here, trying to barge in like it's no one's business. Try and see if they can cut them off. Dance of the Butterfly comes out as well. Here's the Iron Fist trying to ult their way through, do a little bit of damage. They do catch 6. That's a big one. Let's see if they can find anyone else around the corner as well, though.
They end up getting the value on the flank. Especially the 1v1 power is pretty strong in that regard. The Dance of the Butterfly is there for the Psylocke as well. Lunar Ultimate, obviously a very good counter to negating some of these engages coming through too. Everyone's grouped up in that circle. Both squads do have that available here. So this fight, no one will be falling down for quite a little bit. Actually, outside of it, does end up getting picked over. It was quite a stalemate from both of their squads because of the double Luna ult, but of course when that does come out, here's your opportunity. And here's your opportunity, another opportunity for the Winter Soldier to get more eliminations, zoning off the opposition on the point as well. Very good job, 2 birds, 1 stone. And that is a done deal for that particular side.
Yeah, they managed to go the distance, have 2 minutes and 24 seconds flexibility there as well. So definitely playing into it very effectively there. And eager to see what else they might be able to bring. It's really a tough one for UNSW now in order to try and hold this one back. Because, yeah, if we do see UNSW push it all the way to the end as well, we're going to have to fight in overtime to see who can push even further. Ooh, further though, Nova bringing out something a little different. Yeah. Haven't seen Moon Knight in a bit. Curious how this will go, Racquet.
I definitely have not seen Moon Knight for quite a bit. Obviously the change that they made with the ultimate was quite influential on the bit of a Moon Knight streak that was seen towards the end of the last season. But has been less popular, of course, once that did get reverted back. But we'll see what ends up happening here. Moon Knight quite defensive in the play style, so is being played on the attack here though, however. So will be, I think, a little bit easier to maneuver that pick on the defense here because you can get some good sight lines for your turrets from range. But on the attack, you do have the opportunity to poke through on these choke points to get a large amount of AoE damage potentially and get a very, very quick ult move down the front line.
Yeah, definitely does have the opportunity to open the account just like that. And speaking of, WhatOCE smacking their way through now, trying to shut down that Strange immediately. 6 going to be the first to fall though. Nova locks in, traded back. 6 is back too. Good for the Rocket, but Nova's back as well. Back into the fray. WhatOCE going to go down, however, good from Rez there. Moon Knight, good ult as well. Straight into it, locking down the kills. Look at that. That is exactly what they need. A great first push to get it past the halfway point to that first point.
Yeah, very strong indeed. Very quickly accumulating that ultimate as well, since the point is very, very small. Can really get that ultimate up very, very quickly, and it can catch folks off by surprise as well, especially right before the support ultimate as well. Speaking of support ultimates, the Rocket has used theirs in conjunction, of course, with the Winter Soldier as well. Both of them have engaged that particular defensive utility spell. Speaking of a defensive utility spell, nothing is going to be as important as the Lunar ults here, and both of them have proc theirs.
They will be able to lock those ults in, keeping their teams up a bit longer, but the Moon Knight ult comes out as well. Still, Luna keeps them up a bit longer, but Jaded's gone, and maybe more could go down as well. Ayabagamoto, oh, it's coming through, and Muffin is happy with that. They are able to lock them down and push them in, but there's still more of them around the bend here, still trying to keep themselves primed for action. Jaded down again. Genzo trying to stay up, but they all just keep crashing down. So, just like that, UNSW give it over the first point. 4 minutes 20 on the clock now, and they are feeling fired up here. This is what you want to see, Racquet.
And if they want to continue firing up, they do have an ultimate to utilize proactively coming into the next fight as well. I mean, both teams do have that luxury in the Rocket Raccoon ultimate, the damage negation with the shields in conjunction with the damage buff too. So around this corner, especially around the bend, trying to really dominate that presence on the high ground, especially as well, eliminating the buffs. Very, very good from both of these squads to make sure to get rid of that initial engaged presence.
Dangerous, locked in. Rez goes down, comes straight back from the Rocket there, and 6 on the Hawkeye. We've seen 1 tonight, and it's back. Good adaptation to come through, and they are locking in the shots. Do have the Hunter's Sense available as well. See if they're going to be locking in that vision there, or whether they hold it back a while longer. Shots come out. Trying to tap it through. waiting for their moment to prime up, get that 100 power through, shut down those shields and tanks, get kills in the banks. Oh, what a shot from downtown, but no kill yet.
No kills as of yet. Does have the ultimate, decides to proc it through on the engage here, doing a massive amount of damage to the thing. BkWhatOCE on the back line as well in conjunction with the Moon Knight ult has been used in the middle of the point here, getting a bunch of damage, but the supports have been so good at negating a lot of these picks incoming from both of these squads, trying to put pressure in the back here. The Thing and Iron Fist, bit of a combo here, both trying to get access to these back lines.
Will be able to gain access. Six opens the door, turns the key, and their teammates are break in here. Frost ain't done yet. Find skills of their own here, zoning them out. They've finally been shut down. However, Six, the redeeming guardian of their team, and they will not allow UNSW to steam ahead any further here. It's time for them to lock it in.
And look at that, locking it in. Locked on the sidelines of this particular point, doing a massive amount of harass incoming to make sure UNSW don't get a clean engage whatsoever. And now they're trying to put the pressure on the Hawkeye to make sure that he does not have the space to move. Ultimates are available here for UNSW on the engage here if need be. Of course, the Eye of Agamotto going to be pivotal in making sure that that is done as well. Magneto, that's a massive amount of burst as well. Really splitting that opposition in two. Very good use of that to make sure that they get that fight in the bag as well. Pretty decent economy coming in as well, considering that situation too. Lovely stuff there.
Lovely stuff indeed, and eager to see how they plant the seeds of hope ahead. And to press on in once again, but we hold back a second longer. Minute to go. Ults ready. Players ready as well, readily available for the slaughter ahead. And they're ready to put on the show. Here comes the team. The Eye of Agamotto coming in. Muffins down though. And Armed and Dangerous comes out as well. They're trying to shut them straight down. Nino ult as well. Somebody's got to go down, you'd think, and it's Gento and Whoosh, both tanks out of here, and they're focused on Six. Oh my gosh!
Lovely shots coming in though. Speaking of shredding and getting rid of a flanker as well, still has one more to go. Now kiting backwards for the time being. It's facilitated, of course, by the supports, but they're trying to negate the front line coming in, of course, the superior sidelines. Iron Fist dancing left to right, but is eliminated there from Six. Nice shots. That's one less person to deal with, but you still have the rest to deal with on the payload there.
Yeah, still got the rest to deal with on towards the payload, and they have to try and keep themselves alive, otherwise everything implodes. But speaking of, Dance of the Butterfly through, Nova delivers a couple, looking for more, they get it! Joji's down, surely they can find another one, they're onto Whoosh, and they're looking for more. Six, low in the back, gets taken out, this is what you need! UNSW speed ahead towards the second point. And they hold on for dear breath a while longer.
Absolutely fantastic timing for that particular moment. Psylocke just thrives in the chaos, doesn't she? What a fantastic opportunity to get a hold of the assassin in the back line. She's so good at cleaning up in these particularly chaotic fights, especially when a particular support ultimate is not available. Butterfly can definitely clean up in very, very clean fashion as well. So obviously, we now find ourselves on the very last point. Not a lot of room to work with in terms of the time-wise, but still, it's doable.
It's clobbering time. Muffin goes down. Genzo ready to bring out the Meteor as well. Luna brings the ult through there, keeping their team up a little bit longer here, pushing it over the halfway point, but Runkler does go down eventually. This is the time to bring back the momentum here. Joji and Jaded, though, going down to the back line. Frost just so mobile, keeping Six on their toes there, and they will be wiped out. Them and their teammates all go down one after the other, and UNSW smother their way in, forcing Monash back to their spawn for the moment.
Back to the spawn indeed. And
We are going to have some technical difficulties for a second there, but we'll get those resolved nice and quickly. But my gosh, Racquet, the pacing on this matchup so far has just been incredible. Such high intensity, high speed gameplay coming from these teams. And UNSW, they show they got a bit of grit behind them, but we're straight back into it. The grit delivers again.
for sure. Quite an intense situation for both of these squads. Nice support ultimate used here from the Lunar Snow in declining the engage of the Butterfly. Previously, that was so instrumental in the win of that final fight that was awarded this final point here. And there we go, Magneto, again with so much value.
My gosh, making the cut there, and they will be able to deliver. Nova is down, and just like that, Monash lock it in for gold. They will be able to take a victory triumphantly. What a way to get it done. UNSW getting a bit scary towards the end there, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to push it over the line.
Yeah, getting quite competitive there towards the end, indeed. And it was very intense. And that was, yeah, great for us to see at the end of the day there. I mean, although it was 2-0, definitely did have some bright spots there, UNSW. It did introduce some, you know, unique flavors with their team compositions as well. Well scouted out to deal with those in the end. Nice drafting as well, especially throughout these series to really shut down those particular picks. Yeah, great stuff from both of these teams.
Absolutely great stuff, and keen to hear all about it right after this break. Hey, welcome back to the AEL University Elite Series Marvel Rivals. Coming live, it's Matsy and Racquetz. Once again, this night just continues to deliver. Series after series, it is just absolute thrillers, Racket.
Yeah, it's been great. Previous series was really, really fun to see. And of course, we have an interview coming up as well.
Oh, thank you for telling. We certainly do. Welcome in none other than Six.
Yo, hi guys.
Yeah.
G'day. Thank you so much for jumping in with us today. And I guess I got to ask, how do you guys feel about the updated pick and ban system?
Oh, that is something that a lot of high elo players have been looking for an incredibly long time. It's, in my opinion, like a game changer for the competitive setting of the game. So it's very much needed and wanted, I'd say.
And bouncing off that as well, because Marvel Rivals is going to be a game that has a pretty consistent release schedule with its heroes, right? Wanting to release one every month kind of thing. Do you imagine down the line, like let's say long term as well, another kind of system where it ends up kind of increasing over time too?
I believe over time that will be an eventuality. Mainly being because if they plan to follow that schedule, there'll just be an abundance of heroes. And I don't think the game would be viable if you couldn't reduce the roster, especially for some of the more problematic heroes.
And I suppose thinking towards the competition itself, do you feel like the caliber of teams are increasing as like the game or the weeks play out? Like, do you think the teams are getting better? Because I know you're very experienced in the MRC and stuff. So do you think some of the teams are starting to get close to those kind of levels?
I'd say in terms of those teams, we're talking top 4 teams, there's still a massive gap, an extremely massive gap. But I feel the overall skill of the players at
MVP right here.
and Pikachu. So I feel like the general skill level has improved a lot, especially for the lower ranks. Like for last season, Celestial and Eternity, the players were much better than the previous season where they didn't even have Celestial. And so the skill level is definitely improving, but in terms of those top tier teams, like S tier teams, there's still a long way to go.
And for that as well, the skill level obviously is taken into account, but something that's important as well is the communication as well and the kind of synergy you have between the players as well. In terms of communication, like shot calling, target calling, what does that kind of look like for your team, and how does that develop for you guys?
So ideally, in a good team, it would be the tanks initiating everything and making I'd say the large majority of the macro, and the DPS basically listen to that. However, the game may throw curveballs or anything like that, and if a support gets dove, for example, they take priority over the front line by a lot. So as soon as the support's in trouble, since support is just so dominant in this game, your DPS and tanks, -1 tank who holds the front line, needs to peel for that support immediately. Because losing a support is basically a death wish.
No, definitely great to get some insight from you there, Six. And yeah, I got to say congratulations to you and your team once again. Really appreciate your thoughts tonight, and yeah, keen to see what you guys do for the rest of the season.
Thank you. And just to everybody who thought UNSW stood a chance, they didn't. So
I love that. Love that, Six. And great to see the confidence from you guys. Really keen to see that continue to shine through the rest of the weeks. And yeah, just keen to see what the finals look like as well. So once again, congrats. And yeah, we'll see you next time.
all right, see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Love that, Racket. The confidence is just shining, glowing like the sun. And yeah, just can't wait to see them hold true, to that confidence in the future weeks as well.
Hey, confidence definitely does help, and it does show in their gameplay as well. So if they continue playing like they continue to do, being at the top of the table, then has every right to be confident as well. So congratulations on that series overall. And yeah, that's definitely someone. If they can stop the train, then maybe that does put a little bit of a dent in the confidence. But otherwise, they are a tall titan, and they have every right to be as confident as they are for the time being. So great stuff.
Yeah, I'd say they're definitely a Titan, and they're going to need to call in a squadron to try and take them down. But yeah, let's take a look at our next game in our next few Titans coming through. We'll see what the last game of the evening is. Swinburne taking on UOM. So Swinburne, that's going to be a team much like what we saw earlier, right, in the evening, where they're one of the teams that need to try and take a win here. So, who's Swinburne? Skyd, Kaguya, Kaya, John Clefine, Golemio, or Golemio, and Tina. Repping UOM, it's going to be Swaggy, Ezax, Razor Arcanum, Epsilon Male, No You Me, and Cyclone.
Yep, both of these squads, of course, are going to be launching into this next match here, Control being the first one as well. And yeah, if it's anything like the previous matches we've had so far, Matsy will be an entertaining one. And you see how both of these folks end up starting off the series has been pretty important, I feel, for a few of these games as well. Especially, I think, if you're not towards the top end of the leaderboard, it may be a little bit stressful losing that first game as well, right? That is a little bit of a, could be a potential mental blockage situation too. But I think with how different a lot of these games have been as well, Matsy, considering the pick and ban phases, the sort of specialist characters that have been on demand for a few of these games too, and we've received a lot of the feedback that it has been very important and instrumental to a lot of these games too. So that's always something to take into account as well for a lot of these matches. A little bit different from the last week, but still does implement that phase there with the bans.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm eager to see how these teams are going to be able to play into the new band system as well. You know, I'm always curious, or especially tonight, what all the players in the teams are feeling about the pick and ban system, you know, and I think it's interesting to get everyone's insights into it, especially, you know, that's why it's been a consistent question for me tonight, trying to really pick the players' brains just to see, yeah, how they're feeling about it. And it's great to be able to tap straight into the source with all of them. Um, but yeah, I'm curious what's going to come out of that mix into this next one as well. You know, whether we do see some very selective picks and bans come through once again, trying to really counter pick each other here. It's yeah, something to be proven, and I'm curious to see how they manage to maneuver that process.
Yeah, for sure. See how it ends up panning out there. We'll see, perhaps. I mean, I know we saw a Scarlet Witch previously come through. If that's going to be something that is there potentially as well, coming into the ban phase, has been targeted a couple of times through, has been shown in the actual match itself, potentially with the combo ability, let's say with the Strange Portal, which is a pretty highlight play that we ended up seeing at the beginning of the night as well. Obviously, the power does end up increasing once Emma does get released into the fray, but not available for tonight, so still that is in play there too. So yeah, keen to see what both of these squads have in terms of the compositions that they're going to present to us as well. And yeah, it'll be good. So, I mean, one thing we need to take into consideration as well for these games as well, Matsy, is a lot of these players, we have been getting some unique insights, and a lot of them, in terms of the bands, pretty similar feedback in that it's a pretty helpful tool, obviously introducing that adaptability, etc. as well. But these teams are a little bit familiar with each other too, so it does add that kind of meta game element between a few of these games. So you may initially go into some of these matches and be like, okay, why is there a Hawkeye band kind of thing, right? So some of these teams are familiar with each other's playstyles, and that can sort of help identify the reasons as to why some of these picks or bans have been addressed at the start of these games. So, as I said, it's definitely something to hold into these pick and ban phases to give you a little bit of context behind things as well. And yeah, definitely does introduce a different dynamic.
Yeah, different dynamic, and very eager to see exactly what that's going to look like heading into the game shortly. But it looks like we do have a substitution coming through for UOM already. I can see on our horizons. It looks like one we've seen before. Frank the Smoke going to sub in for Epsilon Male tonight for UOM. So just a FYI there. We do have a substitution coming through for UOM this time. So hopefully, yeah, everything should be all good soon. We do appreciate your patience greatly as always, everybody. And very excited for our last series of the evening. You know, I think we've got a lot of great stuff on the horizon here in terms of matches, in terms of even characters coming into the game sooner or later. You know, I think we've got lots to look forward to. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's a new map on the horizon sooner or later, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe
Arasaka or something.
I think so. So if Ultron does end up going through, I think he does have a release map accompanied. If that does end up coming through on schedule as well. So I mean that is potentially something that we need to have a chat for as well, right? So the introduction of new maps. So that's something to take into consideration as well. Not only the new characters, the new maps.
Yeah, I think Ultron definitely will shake things up. You know, much like the current new character that's come through. When they are available into us, it's going to be definitely a fun time ahead, to say the least. And I think we've got lots to look forward to in that regard. But yeah, in terms of characters, I suppose, who do you think's next? If Ultron does become a thing, who do you think will fly in after that?
I reckon Blade will. That's my prediction. I think Blade is on one of the maps, like sleeping in a bed or something currently. So I think they're kind of slowly revealing Blade to be a character to be after Ultron. Not 100% confirmed. That's just kind of my theory at the end of the day. I thought Blade was going to be like the initial character for this upcoming season kind of thing. But, that's a very popular kind of hero to be released. So they're probably, fine tuning as well to make sure everything is kind of smooth for that transition as well. I think Ultron was kind of teased for quite a little bit himself as well. And obviously being a big bad in the Marvel cinematic universe and obviously in the comics and stuff like that as well will definitely be a grand release, because we don't really have too many like massive villains in the actual playable roster of Marvel Rivals itself. So that's certainly something to keep in mind for any of you villain fans out there wanting to be the bad person.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, I mean, I thought even Doctor Doom would be a potential possibility heading into previous seasons as well, right? But
yeah,
we haven't seen that yet. So I think that it's great that they're starting to tap into some of those villains a bit deeper. But speaking of deeper, we go deeper into the pick ban phase, and Magic is immediately taken out here. We do see Torch locked in, and Hulk are going to be locked out as well.
Yeah, very quick to secure those bans and the saves as well. Magic can be a bit of a disruption to both the back line and the front line. A lot of AoE damage and a bit more durable than some of the other divers incoming as well. Wanting to save the Human Torch, which could potentially mean that there's going to be a team up with the Storm getting that massive combo off as well. So defensive ultimates a little bit less powerful if that ends up getting through successfully as well. Hela has been saved. Captain America on from the table. It's been a couple of times that we've seen the Cap ban come on through, especially since he's a lot more better than what he previously used to be on the seasons before, getting so many micro adjustments to his kit to make sure that he's a lot more easy to play with, a quality of life incoming as well, being a much more smooth character to pilot. Raccoon, of course, being instrumental throughout tonight as well.
Yeah, they've been instrumental in their success, right? Helping teams stay alive, really just make the most of the ultimate as well. But great to see that they are able to lock themselves down to this one. And keen to see the Groot find the light of day as well. You know, we've seen that one so commonly be banned out. And Wolverine also being picked through, so that can be a direct counter to Groot and tanks alike if need be there. So definitely excited for what's the follow here. Two
really
more
like
bans
that.
are going to be around the circle as well, Racquetz, and already here's one.
Yeah, saving the Wolverine after the group being saved is quite a intelligent move. Wolverine can sort of be a little bit more of a pest towards the group and can really make his job a little bit more difficult. Star-Lord is gone off the table as well as Susan. So those picks will be coming out now. Human Torch might not be with the team up, just might be a player that is quite familiar with that character in general. And we'll see how that ends up panning out. It'll be entertaining because we haven't really seen, have we even seen a Human Torch this season? I don't think we have, right?
I think only Kaya has been picking Torch.
Yeah.
I think it's been pretty rare, but we have seen it. Yeah, at least from Kaya to come through.
Yeah. So really the only player. So that really does add a different dynamic because how do you practically sort of practice against that, right? How many Human Torch players are there floating around in terms of preparation and stuff like that? It's a little bit more difficult. So if you do have someone who is more comfortable on, let's say, a character that's a little bit more uncommonly picked, then it could be a different kind of problem to interact with. And if it's successful, then you could bet that's going to be on the chopping block for the ban on the next game perhaps as well. So keep an eye on that particular one, accompanied by a unique lineup indeed. Quite an oddball comp, very kind of all around the place in what they're trying to achieve. Bit of defensive capabilities by both the Loki and the Magneto and the Penny, but also having the offensive sort of opportunities with the zoning control that Human Torch can have as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential that they can tap into with that, right? And eager to see exactly how they can maneuver around it now. Make the smoke. Ooh, gets webbed out. Not able to bring much meteor damage. Speaking of damage, Kaya is out immediately. Me playing into the Hela against the Torch, I think is a really solid pick there, especially considering that they've got the Hawkeye as well. Just very stagnant characters, right? And they're just playing target practice right now. Just look, they're just locking them down one after the other right now with no way home.
And Hela's been such a staple pick as well. It's been very good at negating a lot of these aerial characters, and it can just manipulate the way that you play the game as a result of it. She's also quite good in the divers as well because of her mobility and some of her defensive cooldowns that she can utilize as well. So nice little all-rounder pick that's already paying its dues for the time being as well. Torch trying to get a lot of value throughout this choke point. A lot of damage can sort of accumulate if there is the right setup there, but it's a little bit difficult trying to get back on the point here.
Yeah, definitely does carry a level of difficulty through, and eager to see what else they can do. Green holding back Cyclone. Ready to swoop in. Kaya's down. No You Me. Holding from a distance again. No one able to deal with them. Swaggy goes down from Jonkla as well. Good trade from Cyclone there. UOM doing a great job just holding on to the point here, but it's a Swinburne who needs to try and resist against the pressure here. Speaking of, Isaacs good on the ult. Luna brings out the ult as well. Oh my gosh, it's just Luna ults all around with the Loki ult there, Racquetz. My word.
Yeah. They're stacking up on top of each other. Thor does use the ultimate afterwards in conjunction with the Hela. Oh, a nice meta of shots as well. You love to see it.
Watered down like a fly there. Just great stuff from the Hela ult there. And curious to see what else they can bring through as well here. Jonkla, Fiend and Co. Try and hold on to the show, but UOM flow ahead. Supernova time. Human Torch brings out some of the fire tornadoes here. Try and dish out a bit of damage onto the point, get their team up, propel them forward, but it's just not enough. UOM find the first point with absolute confidence.
Yeah, sure. Very dominant performance to kick things off for UOM, and they will look for themselves to be on the throne room and perhaps get a crown themselves for this map, trying to secure things for the victory here. Definitely within arm's reach here, considering the previous performance. I like the way that they use their comp as well up against the opposing squad here. And saying that, look, ultimates are available. You know, you do have a few of them available with the Hela and the Magneto there. So I think we've previously seen, honestly, Hela's been getting a bunch of value with her ultimate being used in a defensive capacity on an incoming dive save, for example. And it's really been getting a bunch of value tonight, especially as well, really being a massive one to really snowball these fights incoming as well, especially on the first one or on a clutch point where everyone's shepherded towards one particular point as well.
And definitely keen to see how they can engage onto the point here. Guide and Co. ready to slide on in. Ready to prepare for action. Taking down the egg. A good focus from Razor Arcanum there. They know they need to play those kind of objectives. But speaking of objectives, Hella brings out the Hell Unleashed, trying to breach damage, and Hell Cyclone bringing that Hell right now, though. Penny wiped out. No New Me logged it in with Kaguya down. And UOM find that early point percentage once again. Swinburne need to find an answer here. They're playing into a bit of a team up though. I like this. The Strange and the Scarlet Witch. They've also got Mr. Fantastic out as well. So they're really just trying to find something that sticks here, it feels like, Racquet.
Yeah, they really are changing. Trying to... I mean, their compositions have been a little bit niche, right, with kind of the characters that they have been drafting through. But obviously, UAM probably haven't played against a lot of these different comps before as well. So maybe a little bit of an element of surprise here. But at the same time, if you're swapping and switching all the time, maybe you're struggling with trying to have a pure win condition as well, right? You're not settling down for the time being. It's also something to ask in terms of a question, but maybe they might find something that sticks throughout a lot of these swaps as well, showing that they can have that potential versatility. But you need to have a potential to wear a helmet on your head because the Hella on the opposition is just finding every single one of yours.
Exactly right, Racquet. They're finding every single one of theirs, and they are looking to take them down. See if they are going to be able to find their way in here. So there's always going to be something to work for at this point. But speaking of what to work for, Strange Portal on its way through, locks them in an entrance, but no You Me tries to find them an exit. And they will be diving straight in towards the Loki there. Not going to be able to get on the ledge, but they don't care. Still going to dish out damage.
Yeah. And then we go, the CC does come out there immediately onto the Hella. Push back, a lot of crowd control to deal with on the point. Both the Luna ults are procced. Yeah, everyone assembling on these two circles. It's sort of like a Venn diagram for the time being. Mr. Fantastic will be using his, another circle to take into consideration here. Going up against the ceiling does increase the animation of the cancels there, so it does get a little bit more potential of the burst, but doesn't get any picks as a result of that. 99% here for UOM. Very, very good stuff from them so far. Scarlet Witch potential. No elimination.
Not going to happen this time, but there's still over potential on this side. Wolverine primed and ready here. Loki on top of the point as well. And finally, Swinburne find an opportunity to get a bit of percentage forward. But it's stolen straight back. No New Me just holding in the back line there, shutting them down one after the other here. They're just not being contended with Racquet, and it's being felt. Just like that, UOM lock in the second point, and map one goes in their favor.
There we go. Speaking of confidence, UOM look confident in their own game play there. Just sticking true with their guns, doing a great job themselves at securing that victory. No You Me on the Hella, an influential piece of the puzzle for them securing that victory as well, getting a lot of eliminations, not only defensively peeling in the backline, but also doing some unique and aggressive flanks to really end up kicking off a lot of these fights with a man advantage a lot of the start of them, right? So great job there. Fantastic stuff being creative as well. Our job is not done at the end of the day as well, since we do have a map coming up too, but look at the low amount of deaths in that game as well. Just very consistent throughout the whole time. It's difficult to hold the ball for the whole duration of that game, but they were just hogging it themselves and not letting any bit of room escape them whatsoever. So congrats on that front.
Yeah, if they were playing hot potato, they'd be champions, wouldn't they? And they're definitely doing a great job of holding on to that momentum, holding the ball, as you said. And keen to see if they're going to be able to continue holding on to that heading into map 2 as well, because map 1, they put themselves on the map and they kept themselves there, cementing themselves even. So keen to see if Swinburne can find some kind of a response heading into map 2 here, because we saw a little glimmer of hope for them towards the end there. You know, we did see they managed to take a slight amount of point percentage, albeit it was gone within a moment. But the fact that they got on there and managed to at least take it, building up percentage for them for even a second, is still a positive for them. If they can work from that to play onto that post take control, I think they can definitely look to further themselves. But it's just going to be, I suppose, a difficult time ahead to try and adapt, isn't it? Because I found, at least in that map, like the areas where they weren't able to shine is because they often had left some of those key damage dealers unchecked. You know, we saw No You Me just able to hold from a distance time and time again and just deal out a ton of damage there. And it seemed like they were almost uncontested at times, which is difficult, right? Because if they're uncontested, then they're just going to keep knocking you down.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you do have a flyer on your squad as well up against that hit scan presence. So that's always something to take into consideration when someone is comfortable in the Hela. If you do decide to pick a character that has its presence in the sky, whether it be the Storm, Iron Man, the Human Torch, as we just saw there, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So, I mean, Hela has been a pick that's been quite prevalent for tonight, as I kind of said. It's been quite staple. So if you are willing to take it to the skies, note that that is going to be a potential barrier of yours. And saying that, you know, you do have the luxury of the pick and ban phase, of course, so you can not deal with that if that poses too much of a threat to you personally. But it is up to them at the end of the day, because if you do get rid of the Hela, something else could slip through the cracks as well. But hey, the Human Torch deemed enough of a threat for the ban to come through there. So you also have the Hela out. So both of these teams, the kind of identities that they're working off the previous game, completely out the window for the time being.
That's right, going to be entirely out the window. Definitely great that they're adapting in that respect, though, you know, ensuring that they don't have those critical picks available. So then it really forces them to change their hand, I suppose. But speaking of changing their hand, Invisible Woman going to be locked in here. Next pick on the board. Who's it going to be? Could be potentially a Groot, I'm feeling. I can see Razor Arcanum hovering that one. And Groot has been often a ban, but no. It's going to be Star-Lord coming through, as a matter of fact. Okay. I thought they'd pick in a Groot there, but now that leaves the flexibility to get that banned out. I wonder what they're thinking.
Yeah, it's definitely a good question. Maybe they want to be more proactive with having a DPS save there, believing that they could potentially get more value off that, considering the previous match that they did have there. Groot, not quite a proactive character. He's going to be more reactive, more kind of a set play kind of thing, so wanting the more aggression coming out from the squad, perhaps. So Adam Warlock is out of the question as well, declining that team up opportunity. Thing saved here and getting a massive amount of attention as well, in particular for the second maps coming through the Thing, clobbering a lot of folks with that ultimate, knocking them up into the sky, saying hi to the sun. But the second save here is available for UOM, and Magneto, of course, another staple, has been locked in for that.
Yeah, going to be locked in for that. And now Bant on their way through. One more per team here. Who is going to be on the chopping block? A lot to consider, considering how last game went down. And it's Luna taken out of action there. We did see Luna have a lot of prevalence into focus field there. Yeah, that is unsurprising at all. Loki, Luna, both were heavy impact dealers in the last one, and now they're forced to adapt, play other things, you know, like the Mantis could come out, Cloak and Dagger, Rocket Raccoon, like, could see even the Invisible Woman, as you see. But speaking of what we see, the team up, the Fantastic Four's here, and Storm could be on the way as well. Now, Storm seems like an obvious pick for Kaya here, considering they love to play that Human Torch.
Yeah, definitely something that would be available for the wheelhouse there. And also something to consider, of course, is that there is no Hela available here too. So a little bit more of a difficult thing to consider here. But UOM, I like the kind of deviation they've gone for here. So they know that Hela is banned. They're probably thinking in their minds that now that the Torch is kind of banned, there might be a pivot towards the Storm. And they have gotten a Mantis and Widow combo. So this will definitely make it difficult for Storm to really empower the skies here. And she's going to have a lot more pressure, going to need to play behind terrain and kind of work around the aura rather than have individual power herself. So I really like the kind of adaptation that UOM have made here in terms of trying to deal with the aerial control.
Yeah, they've got the, you know, focused fire coming through, trying to shut them all down, but no Yumi ready on the Widow there. Good to bounce around. Ooh, they've spotted someone. Hello? What are you doing here? That's a surprise. But, yeah, Kaguya's still alive somehow. And not for long. Okay. I don't know what to think about that, Racquetz. That's not what I was expecting early on.
Yeah, I did not expect a solo Mr. Fantastic on the flank there. I appreciate the ambition, nonetheless. Not quite fantastic, but you know, there's room for improvement. There's room for improvement. He was away from Susan. He needs the relationship to kind of, you know, blossom, and both of them being next to each other. So it's got a little bit of a debuff there. But speaking of buffs, perhaps Widow of contention of being, you know, patched through for some buffs potentially, not for this particular player, doing fine on their own in terms of these shots, left, right, good night, and we'll just be eliminating the enemy squad. Smooth as butter, wonderful shots there.
And it's just playing into it again, Racquetz, right? No Yumi is finding these angles, isolated from the fights, just pushing damage in from a distance, and Swinburne just don't have an answer for them. It's tough. Like, they need to find a way to adapt, otherwise UOM, they're just gonna smooth their way over. But making smoothing over, Razor Arcanum, great for the Groot there, no Yumi, and more capitalize on the immobilization there, and will be able to pressure the point forward even deeper.
And comboing with the Widow ult as well, getting the immediate AoE debuff afterwards, and plus the damage. So great job there. Love to see it. And now they're looking for more. Of course, they do have the setups with the walls to make the entrance a little bit more dicey incoming here. So they're looking to really make things more annoying. But there we go. Nice wall to sort of block off the support here, making this a little bit more of a difficult terrain to navigate through, but nice escape actually, so it doesn't end up being picked off at the start of the fight.
Yeah, they're able to disappear. All Houdini there, and will be able to press on, but clobbering time comes through from Swinburne there, trying their best to hold on. Oh, the slam dunk. Swaggy goes down. Punisher brings out the ult as well. Good damage coming through there, but Kaya reaches for the sky, says goodbye. Trying their best to go fantastic in this one. Kaguya onto the back line there. Just trying to find somebody. They are not able to deliver, as they will at least destabilize the push for a sec.
That's a little bit of a difficult thing, Mr. Fantastic. They not have the individual damage themselves to kind of get the multi-kill with the ultimate. Needs a bit of support at the end of the day to make sure that they can get any executions there. Punisher turret will be set up at the back, and it cause a little bit of pressure here. Another thing to deal with right at the back of the sight lines, but right at the back up against a Widow might not be the best call of action. We will now be facing a little bit of damage incoming. There's no dive to really kind of pressure the Widow here in this situation. You could perhaps say a little bit of the Thing and Mr. Fantastic, but it's not the highest damage for her to really worry about in the end. Magneto getting a bunch of damage on the high ground here as well. Left underutilized here from the squad, and the Widow will definitely utilize that to her advantage as well. Nice job with the cleanup. Is just absolute dominance at this point.
Domination through, and they're ready to pull through for more. Razor Arcanum, good on the double down as well, has the ultimate available here. And it's great that they're just walling things off, just giving their team pretty smooth path as well. But There's still more to be done before they get it over to that second checkpoint here. However, as you see, they're ready, trying to stop it. See if they can manage here. The damage is just trickling in. Magneto ult as well. They're bringing out all the big guns here. They aren't able to get it over yet.
That's true. This is the situation that needs to be secured here. The nice wall blocking off the exit as well. Very good job from Brood. We can see why that pick has been heavily targeted tonight for a lot of these teams not wanting to deal with that, showing the absolute power of the walls, really negating the retreat into that area. So great job with the timing there. And they will now be pushing forward, trying to set up again, making sure that there are no stragglers incoming. And now there will be, of course, a bit of a reset for both of these teams, but UOM, plenty of time on the clock here to work with for this third particular point.
Yeah, a bit of reset time, a bit of time to keep themselves composed, heading towards the point here. But here comes the ultimates again. Kaya trying their best to shut these enemies down, get them away from the point. Swaggy brought back as well here, but still, the tough time ahead of them. Really need to consider how they approach the rest of this one. Firepower coming through from Isaacs as well. More to follow. Kaya goes down. And good to see the Cloak ultimate come out as well from Tina there. So you can see they're really trying to keep this point alive. Groot as well ulting through. It's a great way to just keep them in place. The walls as well, slowing the retreat there, but they still hold on.
And great timing as well. That was just before the Invisible Woman ult came up and just after the Cloak and Dagger was used. So you couldn't have timed that any better in terms of a Groot ultimate in that particular situation. Perfect indeed. The walls will be used to decline the incoming back response here from the defensive squad. Will be delayed for a little bit. Will force a bit of a staggered response over the point as well. But still, they managed to get on through by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, managed to get it through by the skin of their teeth. Then you're going to see how they unsheath their efforts once again. Fire. Trying to fire through. 0.89 meters is all that UOM need here. Root trying to hold it back for a second. See if they can manage to take it one step further. Good kill. Spill out again though. They managed to wipe them apart one after the other, and just like that, they will be able to get it over the line with an extra 50 seconds to go. It's great to see that they've found their mark, but I gotta say, Racquetz, I'm impressed with the fact that Swinburne were able to hold on to keep it to only 50 seconds remaining, because I thought that initially, at least, that UOM would be able to take that through a lot quicker. But it's great that Swinburne found at least a way to slow them down a bit in the end there.
Yeah, it's a very good point, Matty, and I think that's kind of the highlight of how these compositions kind of function as well. And Swinburne, especially towards that later end of like the second point there, or like the middle point as well, acknowledging that, okay, we may end up getting these picks at the start of the fight, but these picks were a little bit staggered in kind of the execution, which means that the members were coming back onto point successfully enough to really drag the time down a little bit as well. And that's kind of the problem with some of the functions of these pick compositions, in that if you don't get the follow-up after that initial pick quickly enough, then of course you will still have the troops of the enemy team continuously coming back wave after wave, and you won't have as much all-in power as the enemy, because your team comp is more functioned around kind of like these isolated fights as well, right? So that's always something to take into consideration, how clean you can execute these fights in a quick fashion. But of course, you did end up getting to the back end of that map, of course, finishing it off through in the end anyway, 52 spare.
Yeah, we'll see what they can deliver now as Swinburne. I like how they brought out the Hulk here. I feel like this might be a saving grace for them, but then again, maybe not. We'll find out though as we jump into this one. Tina goes down. No Yumi back on track here again and again. They just deliver shot for shot. May even find the Doctor Strange as well in a second. Speaking of, though, more players falling. Great stuff coming out from UOM here. As they clean it up, hit the reset.
Yep. Ending the reset indeed. Continuously, though, applying the pressure, though, with the long range as well. Making sure that there isn't a clean way onto the point here to get back onto the cart. Now the Hulk, of course, being the one to be the contester of the cart, can swing back and forth to get the healers to make sure that he is facilitated here as well. But the Groot, thinking of someone that's being facilitated, the Magneto shields are placed upon the Groot. Thinking of something that can be placed as well. Groot ultimate is available right here if need be as well. So can get that wipe, is peeling back and gets rid of the Fantastic immediately. I don't think they'll need to invest the resources here.
No, they can hold it back for a bit longer. You know, they don't need to overcommit towards this one. Use all their cards at once. They can just hold on. And here we go again. Back to the sniping range. And the Mantis Assault comes out, actually. So, trying to see if they can keep their team alive a bit longer. BkWhatOCE, that's exactly what they needed. But there's no further damage committed there. No one backs it. And that is going to be underutilized, but at least their team is able to use that momentum to push up a bit more.
A little bit. Now the Widow's getting pressured here from the Mr. Fantastic, having to retreat back into the backline. Speaking of pressure, the Hulk doing a massive amount of damage here as well. Facilitated by, of course, little turrets that have been placed as well. Nice cleanup crew here from the Namor. Great shots incoming too. And really trying to snowball this lead. The confidence surging for the time being. A little bit of a surge of light. Let's see if they can continuously snowball through for the second point and utilize the tempo that they just gained off that first point.
Absolutely, and we'll see what else is going to be on the way through now. Ooh, Hulk jumps through. Namor ready as well. Golomio could use their abilities to climb up a little bit here. Speaking of, though, Cyclone uses their ulti, Eternal Bond, and they will make the floor lava. Exile coming through there temporarily onto the Groot, so a bit scared, but they're still back into the mix. Cyclone's down. Jonkla will be able to lock them out. Speaking of lock out, though, UOM lock out more players. Ready to tear down a few more layers. Razor Arcanum ult available. If it gets a little too spicy, they can change up the pace. What a block coming through from the Strange there. Thought Magneto would hit someone, but no. The clutch block. Maybe more of that to come.
And there is more to come indeed, of course, because there are several blue ticks available. BkWhatOCE being the one used over this fight on the backline as well. A massive amount of damage, continuously following up on the Mantis, but there is peel there at the end of the day too. You love to see it there if you're a support player, receiving the peel in the end. We were talking about the interview previously and how important healing is, especially the pivotal signs of these support players being the ones to be the sort of center point of these teams, and that was a showcase of how important that can be there as well. So great job there. And now again, utilizing this win condition of harassing early on in these fights to try and poke down the opposition. Doctor Strange, though, Widow negating that, can access the high ground, does have the shield as well. Nice bit of burst, nearly one-shotting Widow, but she is shielded to get out.
Shielded to get out, and will be able to dispel any doubts. Guide ready to jump in. Hulk Smash available if they need it. Jumping on to the Groot there. They managed to hold on for a second, though. Somehow Groot gets out of that. Oh, I'm speechless at that, Racquetz. I thought that kill was locked in the books, but no. UOM tie the pacing back, take down Jonkla.
Yeah, that was amazing. You're gonna have to give the supports a pay rise after that one. Just massive stuff coming out from them. And now, a bit of a sniper off between the Hawkeye and the Black Widow here. And we'll see who ends up winning. Invisible Woman giving you a little bit of assistance, getting the little shield in front of the Hawkeye just for safe measure. Being pushed back, you're only getting picked off at the start of the fight, but the shield has been facilitated. Magneto being a very good piece of utility to make sure that these picks aren't incoming at the start of the fight. Speaking of utility, you have the Hulk ultimate in the back, trying to get these picks at the start, but has been focused out immediately, needs to go back towards the back line to get some healing.
Yeah, jumping into it, and it's no more, bringing it back. Meteor comes down on a Hawkeye. They're still alive, though. The healing a bit too impressive. Twinburn fight back and manage to slide ahead towards that second point. This is exactly the kind of pacing you want to be seeing from them, Racquet.
Yep.
And they are causing quite the stir on point. 1:50 to go now. It's time to lock in.
Quite a different take of their composition. Not quite the aerial control one that they've been prioritizing before. Will force UOM to swap as well. There's no Black Widow anymore. No Yumi is on the Star-Lord. So keep an eye out for that one as well. A little bit more of a different playstyle here, forcing this adaptation that we so much love throughout the series. Good to see that both of these teams are now putting the pressure on each other to force this out as well. Groot going to be incredibly powerful in such a tight space here. Speaking of, the ultimate is available to try and utilize that even more.
Exactly, they can lock them down and really turn a team fight around. Let's see if they get a chance to do that though. Us against the world, it's time for that ult again. I am Groot, here comes. They're down into Bruce Banner form. Speaking of UOM, bring them down a notch, take down every which player. And now, UOM, even if Swinburne take the win here, they have more time on their side. No Yumi playing into the Star-Lord now, though. Curious to see how that's going to play out for them. They have the Legendary available. They can really lock in here. And it's going to be a tough situation. Here we go, Legendary straight onto the damage, but... Oh, that ult. Great adaptation. Oh my gosh, look at that
healing.
Oh, that is a bloodbath, Racquet.
Yeah, a bit of an overextension there and immediately punished afterwards as well. So nice scouting that out immediately. The team on the same wavelength in terms of that UOM not following up immediately afterwards there. Maybe a little bit of a mistake on their behalf, but still they're trying to regather the troops. The spawn point, fortunately for them, is quite close up. There's still opportunities to come back through here, but there's going to be a Hulk. That is massive, berserking with the massive green muscles, earthquaking punches to try and topple you down, and is being an absolute menace in the backline, but has been focused down for the time being.
Is down. Groot going to bring out the ultimate again. I do have the Meteor available as well. Magneto going and hit nobody. Legendary going to be available though. Kaguya flying to the sky, shuts down a few, looking for more too. This is what they need. Speed ahead. Push it over the line. Groot trying to hold on, but it's not going to happen. Tina takes him down. Swaggy does find Kaguya in the end though, so minimizing that impact, but my word, the point's still alive, still kicking a while longer somehow. A strange portal locking them into spawn. That's so cheeky from them. They can't get out, Racquet.
Yep, that is the Doctor Strange classic. Good job. The intellect play there. Big brain declining that opportunity, and there we go. We find ourselves on the tiebreaker moment of the second map through. UOM obviously do have the advantage in terms of the time here, but still not by as much, and managed to take through the end of the map there in what has now been considered to be a very tight, close round between both of these teams. I like the adaptations that have come through, getting away from the aerial comps and being a little bit more defensive with the playstyle, and the more is just popping off, getting a massive amount of value on all of these ultimates as well, by the way, which is not the most common thing in the world.
Yeah, not the most common thing at all, is it? And definitely eager to see how it's all going to play out into the one and only time. Overtime. Let's see who is going to be able to take some control now. 20 seconds preparation. Both teams get a slight breather, but it's time to see what else is going to be into the mix here. Will we have one more chance for these teams? Will it be time? It's a Brand certainly something to consider. I like how UOM's bringing out the Wolverine here as well. I think that's going to be a big factor, trying to, you know, shut down those tanks there. And we'll see what they do. My God, Hulk! Jump straight onto that turret there. That's dangerous. Speaking of danger, though, they are dancing into the danger. They live the danger. And they will shut down Kaguya. So, not going to find much out of that one. Golomio, though, finds No You Me. Not going to be able to hold on to that impact for much longer. Good from Ezax, though. Their ability coming in clutch, bringing their team back to life if they are going to suffer. They won't have to suffer for long. And there's Wolverine taking down the Hulk there, showing them they shouldn't push into their team. They'll be punished, and let's see what further punishment lies in wait, as it all is going down on the point right now.
And the Invisible Woman is propped there as well, getting a massive amount of value in this tight little area here. Wolverine, of course, thinking of something that can be utilized in such a close range scenario, has ended up being the pick onto the tank. Hulk is bouncing up left to right, but is overwhelmed perhaps with the presence to the Groot ultimate. That's going to be the deal breaker at the end of the day. A massive amount of value there. That is exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of the UOM team, and that is a clean team wipe.
Clean team wipe, and they will only push it 37.76 meters there. So a tough one, but UOM, are they going to be able to deliver justice here? It's certainly going to be something to consider, but we'll see if they are going to be able to maintain course, keep themselves alive, keep themselves primed. This is going to be a critical time, Racquet.
Yeah, for sure. You'll need to be in prime condition, especially in such a high pressure situation right now where we find ourselves. Not a lot of time to work with on the clock, of course, even though that there is an advantage here. Still, there is room for error. There's no guarantee by any means, because this map, especially across this first little sector, can be difficult to traverse through. So let's see if they're kind of going to be electing to go for this high tempo, immediate impact composition that they're currently hovering over through for the offense here. On the other side, we see a Penny. Though that is a sign of a full hold composition if I've ever seen one. Definitely a very defensive flavor for what they're going for right now, wanting to set up these traps right behind the corner there in conjunction with the Namor as well. So double dipping in that regard, but they have to in order to really make sure that they can knuckle down and anchor on point.
Exactly right. Need to hunker down and try and deliver, but here we go. Kaguya, good start on the No You Me there. Cyclone trying to swoop away on the Wolverine. And ready to activate. Jonko Bean goes down as well. The pressure just continues to deliver here for UOM, getting closer and closer to the finish line. And there it is.
There we go.
GG. UOM take it in extra time.
They do indeed. And what a performance there at the end of the day. I like the Wolverine switch up as well. It tends to make the Magneto a little bit more anxious in regards to those shield usages. Really prioritizing him to use it defensively rather than offensively as well. Changing tide of the series in that regard with that massive change as well. But a lot of massive changes throughout both of these teams as well. A lot of different sides that we saw through here, and this is what Marvel Rivals is about. You have the opportunity to obviously change in the match itself, but with the draft pick and ban phase of saving and banning, that is a adaptation you can make as well amidst the series. So yeah, great job for both of these squads too. Obviously UOM taking it through. I mean, I feel like a lot of these 2-0 Matsi, the second map is always like quite close, right? So we have the first one, kind of like a little bit of a comfortable victory, right? And then we look into the second map of like the 2-0, and then we're like, okay, so the team that just previously lost the first one, they're kind of developing a little bit more of a succinct strategy in order to kind of like solve this problem. So very close in that regard, nearly did solve that equation, but as I said, score a little bit deceptive in that regard. Definitely did have a shot through there, but was fun indeed to see.
Absolutely. But speaking of what we are keen to see this interview coming through right now from one of our winners. Welcome, Racer Arcanum.
Hello, glad to be here.
And thank you for coming. It's yeah, great games coming through from you guys, honestly. And I guess first and foremost, I got to say, what are your thoughts about the new pick and ban system?
Well, it makes it hard to really go into a specific strategy, of course, because there's so many options for someone to ban out your character. Like if you protect Adam, they're just going to ban Starwood. So there's a lot of that. But at the same time, you also have a lot of opportunity to ban a whole swath of counters to your strategy. Like if you're banning Dive, if you're playing Dive, you can ban the Emma, you can ban the Thing, you can do a lot of stuff. But look, I'll have to play with it more.
And going off that kind of little bit of the last statement that you went through as well, obviously Emma isn't enabled right now. Do you think that she could potentially shake things up in the future? And could that be a potential pick to look forward to?
Oh, absolutely. I think she's going to be really strong, especially into Dive. Definitely Venom. I don't see how Venom wins against her. Magic can't win. Spider-Man has a lot of trouble. So it's going to be really good into those team comps. And there's also, I suppose it's a tank, it's hit scan. You can hit Human Torch, Iron Man, Storm. So yeah, I definitely think Emma's going to be really powerful in the future.
That's great to hear. And I suppose focusing on the games we saw there, what do you feel changed between the first and second game? Because considering the pacing you guys had in that first map, I wasn't expecting it to go as far as it did.
Neither do I. I think what really changed was the Namor in that new Gamma Squid. That was really having a big effect on us, and not just the Namor, but the Hulk. The Hulk being in our backline was really punishing our Black Widow, because she just doesn't have the damage to push him off the healers. So even though I was in the front line pressuring the tanks, I can't actually do anything if our healers are preoccupied. So eventually we had to switch up our strategy into going into the Wolverine and the Punisher to hard counter the Hulk, and then the Groot could do stuff. So that's why it was like that.
Yeah. Because I was particularly entertained kind of with that aspect as well, because you guys did showcase like different kind of styles throughout the series. And one thing that we know we rarely ever get to see is the Black Widow, right? So I kind of theorized as to why I thought that was coming out, especially after the Hela ban. Kind of walk us through, because it was obviously coupled in with like the Mantis and stuff like that. Was this something that you like particularly like practiced in the past?
No, we hadn't practiced it in the past, but I think we were just building off the fact that Hela was such a powerful presence in the first match. Like clearly their team isn't equipped to deal with something like that. So if Hela's banned, we'll just pick the next best hit scan option. So we did that, and then eventually they were forced to adapt. So that's where the Black Widow came from. But no, we haven't played with it before.
Well, I certainly hope you play with that again. We saw a lot of success out of that pick, and yeah, I'm looking forward to, I guess, more diverse picks coming through from you guys in the future weeks. But for now, I want to say congratulations on your win once again, and thank you so much for coming in to chat with us tonight. And yeah, just keen to see what you guys can do heading into the rest of the season.
Thank you. We hope to impress.
Thank you.
Awesome. So great once again to hear from some of our players again, and yeah, just all of their insights on like the new pick ban system. I think, yeah, it's really important just to tap into that while it's fresh off the press, you know, just to see how everyone's feeling about it. Because I know with new changes, obviously can be a mixed bag of how people are feeling about it. But speaking of feeling, let's see how we're feeling about our results for the evening. 0-2, QUT go down to RMIT to begin. A UTS take the second series 2-1 against Macquarie. Monash 2-0 on UNSW there. And our last series, as we saw Swinburne go down 0-2 against UOM. So quite the impressive night we had. And let's see what the results of tonight turned into for the standings, Racket.
Yeah, the table has ended up taking a little bit of a turn there, and obviously through from Monash having the massive lead up there on the front. We did sort of get a little bit of a signal as sort of the top four. I think there's a little bit of a divide there from one of the interviews that we had before as well. But as soon as we start to see the more developing matches throughout the season, then we will get to see those sort of more different standings throughout it. And yeah, feel free to mention the teams that are on that leaderboard, Mr. Matsu.
Yes, I certainly will. Monash going to be first place there. UTS in a second. Now the lead, I suppose, the gap widening in the sense that they were only behind by one game loss before, but now it's 2, considering they went to map 3 tonight. So interesting to see that gap widening a little bit for UTS there. But UNSW, third place, tied up with Macquarie there. So definitely eager to see how things go down. And important note, UNSW have played against, obviously, Monash and UTS and are looking pretty solid in their positioning at the moment. But RMIT, 5th place, followed, tied up with UOM. UOM off their victory, going to be very happy to be solidified into 5th place there with RMIT. But who's behind? It's QUT and Swinburne. Both the teams are highlighted, needed to desperately try and find a win tonight, but unfortunately, they just couldn't find their mark. So a tough one for them, Racquet.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But, there still is room throughout the season, of course, plenty of time. And the good thing is with these games as well, get to watch back the tape, kind of learn things about yourself. I mean, a lot of these teams, they are practicing themselves, so they do have the opportunity to level up throughout the season as well. So good stuff from all of these teams all around. There's definitely room for a lot of these folks. And of course, with patches and stuff like that, developments down the line can definitely add a spanner in the works in that regard.
Absolutely, definitely can add a spanner in the works there, and definitely keen to see how it all is going to play out. But speaking of what's going to play out, I want to hear something great first. It's about our sponsors. Big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But who else could it be? It's Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So a big shout out to our sponsors. As always, we love them. But if you want to check out more AEL action, make sure you check out AU Esports League on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, you name it. We will be there. But an important note, we are going to be on break for the league in the upcoming week. We have our holiday week. We'll be back in action on April 29th. But if you are thinking about more action in the meantime, well, you've come to the right place because we have same time, 7 p.m. It is going to be Rocket League on tomorrow, and Thursday we have 7 p.m. CS2. So there is action all week round for the AEL, and definitely eager to see where it's all going to go. But obviously, after this week, all of our series will be taking that week holiday break. So look forward to that as well. And all the games will be starting again from April 29th. But that's all from me for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Keen to see you all for Rocket League tomorrow.